हेलो एवरीवन, दिस इज मी विराज एंड आज के इस वीडियो में हम जावास्क्रिप्ट के बारे में पढ़ेंगे। इस वीडियो में मैं आपको इंट्रोड्यूस करूंगा जावास्क्रिप्ट से। मैं अज्यूम करके चलूंगा कि आपको जावास्क्रिप्ट के थोड़ी बेसिक्स आते हैं, है ना। जावास्क्रिप्ट के बेसिक्स आपको, मतलब जावास्क्रिप्ट के बोल रहा हूँ, एचटीएमएल और सीएसएस के आपको बेसिक्स आने चाहिए। ठीक है। जावास्क्रिप्ट के बेसिक्स से तो मैं चालू करूंगा, तो अगर बिल्कुल नहीं आती तो भी चलेगा। ओके, तो एचटीएमएल और सीएसएस के थोड़े बेसिक्स आने चाहिए आपको, तभी आप ये वीडियो देखो। काफी बेनिफिशियल होने वाली है ये वीडियो। हम बेसिक से लेकर एडवांस लेने जाने वाले हैं। डू यू नो दैट जावास्क्रिप्ट इज वर्ल्ड्स मोस्ट पॉपुलर प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज? बाय पॉपुलर प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज आई मीन इट्स द प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज ऑफ द वेब, लाइक website. We use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. If you want to make a website, you use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, HTML is the basic structure of website. Okay. CSS is the body of website, like you decorate something, okay, color, font, etc. Okay, and JavaScript is functionality to the website. That is, once you click this button, uh, something happens. Okay, and JavaScript was invented in 1995 by Brendan Each. Okay, I think I'm pronouncing it correct or not, but his name is Brendan Each. So yeah, and an example of JavaScript's implication is Amazon. So you all must have heard about Amazon. Let me just show you where it is used in Amazon. I just open, let's just visit Amazon, amazon.in. Okay. So whenever you open Amazon, you will see a slide here. Okay. Once I click this button, it changes to next slide. Again, it changes to next slide. And once I press this one back, and so it will take us to the previous slide. Okay. So it's only all because of the JavaScript. That is, we give instructions to our website that if I click this button, then shift to the next page. Okay, so it's a small implementation of our JavaScript. Now, uh, I've introduced to JavaScript. Okay, it's very easy to learn, and in this tutorial, we will approach JavaScript from basic to advanced. Okay, so why should you study JavaScript? Because JavaScript adds functionality to your website. Okay, it's the brain of your website. And this tutorial covers every version of JavaScript. There are many versions of JavaScript introduced in years from 1997 to 2018, like ES1, 2, 3, and ES5, ES6. And recent versions are 2016, 17, and 18. Okay, so we'll cover all of the versions, like updates which came recently. Okay, now I will tell you how can you install JavaScript. Okay, some of you must know a little basics of JavaScript, so you must be thinking that JavaScript is always installed in your pre-installed in your website in your computer. Yeah, you are right. JavaScript is present in your website, but we will write a code in a particular IDE, that is Visual Studio Code. So for installing Visual Studio Code, we will simply go to our browser and we will write VS Code download, right? So you can visit the first link. Here is the web page of a VS Code. Now you can choose your respective operating systems, like mine is Windows, so I'll go for this one and it will automatically start to download. Okay, so save and it will download. So my internet is a little bit faster, so it's downloading really fast, but it's not a huge file. It's just 76 MB, so you can download it and use it. And it's also not a heavy software, so it can run in any type of PC. If you have a low end PC, you can use it. Okay, so Visual Studio Code is downloaded, and now you just have to install this setup. Okay, mine is an error because I pre-installed VS Code. Okay, a little before. So, anyways, a setup will open, and you just have to simply install VS Code. Okay, and one thing you must remember that there are some sections where you have to take some options. Okay, so I suggest take all of the options. Okay, it's not an issue. Some they are very helpful and beneficial. Okay, now after installing VS Code, we can simply open our VS Code. Okay, it's an interface like this. Okay, now here we have to install some extensions. That is, we'll click this button and now just type live server, right? And in live server, just simply mine is already installed. Now, for you, this will open, and now you can click install. Okay, so it will start installing, and it's installed. That's the simple installation work you have to do. Now we can directly jump to our JavaScript. Okay, now I will tell you how can you change your HTML and CSS using JavaScript. Like for example, let's create a HTML file. So I will name it index.html. You can take any name like my HTML123.html. Okay. .html represents an HTML file. Now I'll use a shortcut to print our boilerplate. That's exclamation mark and enter. Okay. So this is our basic HTML boilerplate. And here I'll simply type a p tag and I'll assign it a ID, my p1. Right. This is the basics of HTML. You must know about it. Okay. Now I'll write hello world. Okay. That's a simple p tag, and inside it I have written hello world. So let's just have a look. Uh, Open with live server, and now we can clearly see hello world. Okay. So let's go back to our code, and now we create a button. What does this button do? It will simply change the HTML of this my p1 ID p tag. Okay. So we will create a button. Now we will create a simple button by using a button tag, right? And inside this button, I'll use a JavaScript keyword that is on click. Uh, so you must have now guessed it what this button does. Basically, it means on click, like something will happen if you click this button. Now inside this, I'll just target uh, my P1 ID. So it's a little bit of advanced topics. Okay. So if you don't know about this JavaScript keyword, it's not a worry. Okay. Now I'll write document dot get element by ID, and I'll simply write my P1 single inverted commas and close the bracket. Now, some of you might have some issues with this double inverted commas and single inverted commas. So this will be covered in the afterwards. Okay. And here, this line simply means that target that ID which whose name is my people. Okay. Now I'll write dot inner HTML. Dot inner HTML means target that ID whose name is my p1 and then open its inner HTML. Okay, sorry, change its inner HTML. Now I'll simply write equals, and here I will write hello GFG. Okay, I've written hello GFG. Just it's showing an error because we have kept our full this command inside double inverted commas, so we have to keep hello GFG in single inverted commas. Okay, I will tell you the exact reason why it's happening, but just for in case, just for now, accept this, accept it. Okay, now I'll name the button. What can I name it? Dot. I can simply write it. Click me. Okay, click me. That's a simple button name. Okay, now we will go to our website. We get a button here named click me. Okay, so once I click this button, it changes to hello GFG. That's a simple implementation of JavaScript. Okay, now we have changed HTML using JavaScript. We can use this same command to change the CSS. How? We will create another button. Okay, and this time we'll target the same ID. We'll change the color of this my p1 p tag. Okay, now here I will write dot style dot queen. Okay. So basically it means target that ID whose name is my p1, and inside that change its style, that is change its CSS. Then inside CSS change its color. Now I'll change the color to, what color should I choose? I think red. Red is my favorite one, so let's choose red. Okay. So, and I'll rename this heading to don't click me, so that whenever I open this website, I'll have an anxiety and I'll click that button. Okay. So open this, and now once I click don't click me, it changes to red. So here's how we can change CSS of our website using JavaScript. That's a simple line of code. If you don't understand this one, it's okay. It's an advanced topic that really comes in HTML DOM and CSS DOM. So we'll study that later in later videos. Okay. Uh, so now you have a little bit of idea what can JavaScript do. You can change HTML, CSS, and you can add functionality to your website. Now, this is not the exact implementation. Like we can apply JavaScript using buttons, okay? But there's another way. You can use script tag. So I just comment this out. For comment, you have a shortcut control and backward slash. Sorry, forward slash. Okay, control and forward slash. Now below the body tag, we write the script tag. And here's where you can type all of your JavaScript code. So we are not going to write any JavaScript now for a few minutes, because I have to tell you some basic definitions. And later on, we'll write our code inside this one only. But Acha, what if you want to import JavaScript from any folder? Like you have created a JavaScript file, my.js. Okay, let's write script script.js. Script.js. You must have a practice once you always when you create a website, you must name a JavaScript website JavaScript file as script. It's not necessary, but it helps other to see your code well. Okay, so we have created a script.js. So every JavaScript file ends with .js format. Okay, now it's an empty file. We are not going to write anything because we don't know anything about JavaScript yet. But what if we want to that external file here? We'll simply uh, write script. We'll simply write script src shortcut. We will get src shortcut, and now here we will write the name or the path of our JavaScript file. Right. So here it came in the suggestion. And now we can simply use the code which we have written inside this one in our HTML. So it will be covered later on. I'm not going to write any code for now for a few minutes. Okay. Let's cover some simple definitions, and later on we'll use this one. You must know what is a comment. Comment basically does that your whole program or your whole code will not read that commented part. Okay, it's for your reference only. I can write anything, like I've written anything. Okay, it's for my reference only. My program won't read this one. Okay, so I've commented it out so that I can use it later. It's of no use for us right now. Now, inside the script tag, I'm going to tell you some basic commands. Like recently I've told you about inner HTML. Okay, we can use document.write. Okay, document.write is also a JavaScript command. Basically, it writes the HTML. So inside the script tag here, we can write document dot get element by ID. Okay, and we'll apply this on our my p1 tag, my p1 id. Okay, so I have used my p1 id and it's targeted. Here I can simply write let's write. Okay, let's just write. Inside this I'll write pi 050 plus 12. Okay, And don't forget to end the JavaScript line with a semicolon. Once you finish a command, you have to you have to end it with a semicolon. It's a good practice. Okay. Now just okay. I'll brush up with the HTML basics. Okay, Adarsh. It's a must that you must brush up with HTML basics. It's really necessary because without that you won't understand JavaScript. Okay. So here we are getting 62. So what we did, we just simply wrote document.write inside the script tag, and 50 plus 12 is 62. Okay. You can simply write other things like hello everyone, this is me, Viraj. Okay. Now just save this one. So here I got hello everyone, this is me, Viraj. So you can really write anything on your HTML page, like HTML part inside this body tag by using JavaScript document.write tag. Okay. And now we'll explore another command. Let's just comment this one out. And now we will explore our another command, that is window.alert. Window.alert. So you all must have observed, once you open a really harmful website or any other website which has ads, there is a pop-up which comes all which always allows which always asks you about some access of notifications, etc. So we can write here, hello, this is a friendly alert. Okay, you can really write anything. Uh, and Now we just save our code. It's our website. So here we get a pop-up. Hello, this is a friendly alert. Okay, and our website loads once we click OK. Now the next keyword window.alert is covered, and now we can jump to console.log. Console.log is a very great keyword. Like, it helps us a lot in solving bugs. So if I write console.log, and here I can write again I can write 50 plus 12. Okay, that's 62. Okay, so let's save our website, and you will observe nothing happens here. But once you inspect this website, right click and inspect element, then just click console, and here I am getting 62. Okay, so mm, you will observe that you can access your JavaScript from here too, that is console part of your web page. Like here, if I write 6 plus 10 and I hit enter, so 16 comes. So you can write your JavaScript here, but it won't get saved anywhere. You have to really write here all of your code here and save it here. Okay. But if you want to find any bug in your website, you can use console section of that page. Now we'll use JavaScript print keyword. Okay. So JavaScript print keyword, basically I'll create a button. Here I will create a button, and now I will write on click. That means if you click this button, run window dot print. Okay. Once I click this button, you I mean our program will run window.print command, and I will name this button print. Okay, let's save our code, and again if we visit our web page, let's just clear this one, and once you visit your web page, here's what I get, a print button, and if I click this button, your web page will get printed. Like if you have a printer and you want to print something, or you want to add a print section, so here's what we can do. So it's just these are some just basics commands. And then now, actually one more thing, if I add some space here, and I try to run my code again, okay, let's close this one. Open with live server. So it's working fine. So what I want to tell you is that JavaScript ignores white spaces. Okay, you can add any number of spaces. It ignores everything. So it's a very great language because ignores most of the errors and it helps us a lot. And what if I simply push it to the next line? I hit enter. Okay, now window.print is in next line and on click is in next line. Okay, in the above line. Now what if I save and try to run that again? Our print button is working great. Great. So JavaScript avoids next lines too. Okay, you can really add as many lines as you can, blank lines. It will ignore blank lines. Yeah. So here's our code, and JavaScript avoids our line breaks and line spaces. And I've told you about comments. So here's a way of comment. You can add comments basically for comment in JavaScript. Okay, like suppose this is a simple line of instructions you have written, and you want to add comment. You want to make it a comment like it's for your reference only. You don't want your program or code to read this one, so you will simply add two forward slashes. Okay, or another shortcut is select this one, select the line, select the whole code, and press control forward slash. Another shortcut is simply just click anywhere on that line and just press control and forward slash. It will work the same. Okay, or if you want to add multi-line comments, like I have multiple lines, I've written anything useless. Okay, this was useless, and these two are forward slashes. These are for single line comments. What if I want to add all these lines into a single comment? So here we have a concept of multi-line comments. It's really simple. We can add multi-line comments with a forward slash and a star, and we want to end this comment. It's really necessary. Okay, so here's a way you can add multi-line comments, but this will work too. But if you have really a huge amount of lines and you want to comment that out, so you can add multi-line comments. Okay, so here were some basics. Now we learn how can you declare variables in JavaScript. Okay, so we create a new HTML file because it's really messed up. Okay, I can write this in this one. Okay, so exclamation mark, and here's our basic HTML, and here we will create a script tag, and now I will show you how to create variables in JavaScript. So for creating a variable, you will have to write a simple var keyword. It's really mandatory. You have to use var, let, or const. Okay, so you must have a confusion between var, let, and const. Okay, these are really new for you. No problem. I'll tell you the difference. For now, we will use a var keyword for declaring a variable like var name, my name. Okay, my name equals Viraj. Okay, I have created a simple variable which stores my name Viraj. Okay, it's the name of my variable, my name. I can write anything like that, my var 123. It's not an issue. You can write anything. And for testing it, I'll write console.log, console.log, and inside this I'll write my name 123. Okay, and don't forget to end it with a semicolon. Okay, let's save our code, and okay, we have to open this one with live server. That's a new HTML file. Right. And here you have to inspect element console. We are getting nothing in the web page because we didn't write anything in the HTML part. Okay, here we are getting Viraj because we created a variable my name 123, and we stored the value Viraj. We can really name the variable anything like what if my like anything, but for printing this variable's value you have to write the same here. Okay. So console log basically prints the parameter you want to print. So again, I'm getting Viraj here. Now I think it's visible. Okay. Now we will move forward. So I can here I've stored my name. Okay. I can create another variable, or I can write here 9. I've written here integer. Okay. So now my name, whatever I've written, let's just make it simple. My name variable stores 9. Okay. My name variable stores 9. So let's save, and here we'll get 9. So before, so this is called an int type of variable. And if I write 9.8, it is called a decimal type of variable. You just have to write var keyword and then variable name and then its value. You can write your name here. Okay. Your name, like my name is Viraj. So now it is called a string variable. For storing sentences or words, we use a string variable. Nothing is different. You just have to declare your values inside inverted commas. Okay. It's another way of declaring a variable. Suppose I have declared a variable. It's called declaration. You have to write the name var, and you have to write the keyword var, and then you have to write the variable name, my name. Okay. I didn't assign a value yet. Now in the next line, I can assign the value my name equals 9. Okay. It will work the same. It will work the same. I'm getting 9 here. Okay. Now there's a way you can declare, you can write the names of a variable. That's called camel casing. Basically, a camel structure is like it's small from front, and then it gets bigger. And similarly, we can write here, like my variable's name is my name. So first letter of first word, that is my, M will be small. Second word, in the second word, you have to just make the first letter capital. If we add the third word, like my name is, so in the third word, you have to keep the first letter capital. Okay, so I've given you a little bit of idea, but you can, it's up to you. You can name the variable all small, or you can use camel casing. It's up to you. It's not an issue. But one thing, you can't use if I write any number like 1. Okay, so it shows an error. An identifier or keyword cannot immediately follow numerical lettering. It means that you can't declare a variable whose name starts with 1. Okay, so we can't write any integer before the name of our variable. We can write any integer afterwards. Okay, so what if I rename this variable? My name equals 25. Now what will I get? It's 25. Okay, so you can update the value of your variable, but only if you are using a var keyword. Okay, now what if I use a let keyword? It's one way of declaring var keyword, but on later updates of JavaScript, we introduced to let keyword. Let's see what it does. Now let's create this one. Acha, here I have declared my name is variable, and I have created the my name is variable. Okay, we will assign the value 9. Now I again declare my name is, and I assign it Viraj. Now what should I get? I should get Viraj. Acha, let me just make it more clear. Now first we will get 9, and then I've updated, redeclared my name is variable, and I have assigned value Viraj. So I'll get Viraj. What's the issue? Okay, sorry. The variable name is not same, not an issue. Now we will get, so as I told you, first we will get 9 and then value gets updated to Viraj. So then we'll get Viraj. Okay. Now I'll introduce you to the let keyword, which is a really good keyword. Like, what if you write a million lines of code, for example? Now, at the last line or somewhere between the code, you redeclare the variable. You don't know, like you have declared it previous or not, but you redeclared the variable and you assigned it another value. Then it will really cause a mess because the old value must have been used somewhere else. So it will really cause a mess and your program might not work well. So for solving this issue, our let keyword was introduced. So what if I write let my name equals 9 and again I write my name is Viraj. Okay. Now if I run this code, so here I get an error. Identifier my name has already been declared. So that's what we wanted because it will solve a lot of our problems if we redeclare a variable. So it will show an error that you have already declared this variable before. That is same name has been declared. My name is declared again. But what if I just assign the value? I'm not declaring it. I just assign the value. Okay. It's declared before, but I'm not redeclaring it. I just change the value. What if? Okay. So simply we'll get Viraj. So you can redeclare values of the variable which you have declared using let keyword, but you can't redeclare. Okay. You can reassign the value. You can reassign the value. I've reassigned Viraj, but I can't redeclare. This line will show error. That's a basic difference between where and let. And here's another keyword that is const. What does const do? Let me just comment this out. And what if I write const my name equals 9? Okay, I've assigned this variable a value my name, a value 9, and its name is mine. And what if I declare again const my name equals 10? Okay, so I've redeclared the variable my name with value 10, and once I save this one, it will again give me an error. It has already been declared. Okay, and now I told you that const keyword will show an error if you redeclare it. Okay, what if I just assign the value? I'm not redeclaring. I'm just assigning the value again. It's showing again assignment to constant variable. It's saying that you declared a constant variable with value 9 and you can't change it to 10. Okay, that's what constant means. You can't change it, right? So here's a basic difference between where let and const. In const, you can't redeclare a variable and you can't reassign value. Okay, in let, you can't redeclare a variable, but you can reassign the value like we have assigned my Virat by not by redeclaring it. Okay, we have just reassigned it here, and in where keyword you can reassign the values and you can redeclare the variable, but I suggest you to use let keyword. Okay, so from now on we will use the let keyword. Okay, now let's do some basic operations like let's comment this out, and I must change its name to myvar. Okay, now I'm declaring a variable let myvar equals 10 plus 25. Yes, you have guessed this one right. Now it will print 35, 35, right? What if I write 10 into 25? Now what will happen? You'll get 250. Similar is for division. You'll get 0.4. Okay. Similar is for subtraction. You'll get minus 15. Okay. So here is some basic arithmetic operation. Now, what if I declare some variables, let a equals 10, right? Let b equals 25. I have assigned 10 and 25 to variables a and b respectively. And now, what if I write a plus b here? So basically, it will call the value of a, that is 10, and then it will call the value of b, that is 25, and it will add both of these values. Okay, so let's check our code. We are getting 35. Similarly, as I told you, can perform multiplication, division, and subtraction. We can perform another operation that is called percent. From this, we can find out remainder. Okay, like here we are getting 10, right? So it's the remainder of 10 divided by 25. Okay, 10 divided by 25. So here we can use the percent sign, and this equal to sign is known as assignment operator. Okay, a lot of people have a confusion. What do we call this one? So it's known as assignment operator, right? Operator are basically which help you assigning values or doing some operations. Okay, that's what we call. That's why we called operator. I told you about some basic operations. Acha, what if I write? I just copy this part, Control C, and I write my var equals my var plus 1, and I paste this line again. So what will happen? Like, I just simply write a plus b here. So first we will get 35, right? Then it will change to 36. Why? Because old value of my var is 35, and 35 plus 1 will make 35 plus 1, that is 36. Okay, so new value of my var will be 36. So let's check. Yeah, first we are getting 35 and then we'll get 36. Okay, right. Now let's move forward. We can write this line again, like if I write my var plus plus instead of this line, it will do the same job. Both of them mean the same. Okay, again I'm getting 35 and 36, so it's called post increment. Similarly, we can do minus operation. Okay, it simply means my var equals my var minus 1. Okay, simply means this. So we are getting 34. That is, 1 is subtracted to the original value, that is 35, and my var's new value is 34. Both of them mean the same. Okay. Now what if I write my var plus 1 instead of my var plus 1, I wrote my var plus 3. So we'll get 35 plus 3, that is 38. Okay. So let's check. Yeah, we are getting 38. Simply we can do it for subtraction, and we'll get 32, obviously 32, and we can do it for multiplication. We are getting 105, that is 35 into 3 is 105. That's the new value of my var. We can do division. Okay, that's 11.666 infinity. Okay, so here are some basic operations with variables. Now we can create variables. As I told you, I can create variables with decimal too. So we call them float. We float type. In case anyone asks you what type of those variables are, so they are called float type. Okay. What if I write 10.11? Okay, and I simply want 10.11 plus 25, that is a plus b, and let's comment this one out. Okay, so what will I get? Let's see this one. Let's say, okay, I'm getting 35.11. Why? Because 10.11 plus 25 is 35.11. So you can really add integers to decimals. That's not an issue. You can perform operations from various operations like addition, subtraction, division, just like a calculator with integers and variable, and you can use both of them simultaneously and together. Okay, there's a shortcut, another shortcut, like what if I wrote my var equals my var plus 5. So just now I told you this that this much amount of value will be added to our old value, that is 35. Okay, let's change this one again, 10 for simplicity. Okay, so 35, 10 plus 25 equals 35. So my var's value is 35. Now 35 plus 5 equals 40. So my var's new value is 40. So if I print this value, I will get 40. And here's another shortcut. I can write this like my var plus equals. It will do the same task, right? It's printing 40. So it will do the same task. You can also do this for subtraction. Okay. Basically, it will print 30, right? It will subtract minus 5 from the original myvar and assign it to the new var. Okay. You can write into what will do this do? It basically myvar equals myvar into 5, right? So 35 into 5 will be assigned to the new value of myvar. So I'm getting 175. Okay. Now let's move forward. Here are some basic shortcuts. It's up to you. You can use these shortcuts or not. Uh, it's really up to you. Okay. Now I will tell you about escaping sequences. Like let's just comment this out again. It's really a very beneficial thing to comment things out. Like it's for your reference, and the code won't read them. Okay. So now I'll assign some values like अच्छा, what if I want to write hello, my name is Viraj. Okay. I want to print this whole statement. Okay. I want to print this whole statement. Let's just comment this out. Okay. So I will assign the value myvar equals hello, my name is Viraj. So what will this do? It won't print the outside inverted commas, double inverted commas, but we want that. Like, what if I run this one? We are getting hello, my name is Viraj, but I also want the inverted commas. So what will I do? If I want double inverted commas, I'll write the code in single inverted commas and I'll paste that. Okay. Basically, inside this single inverted commas, I wrote hello, my name is Viraj in double inverted commas. So now if I print, sorry, if I run, I'm getting in double inverted commas. Okay. So here's a way. And what if I want to print hello, my name is Viraj in single inverted commas? So here's another thing you can do is add double inverted commas outside and add single inverted commas inside. And let's save. Now I'm getting it in single inverted commas. But what if I want to use both? Like, if I print this one, like, hello, my name is Viraj in double inverted commas, we'll get double inverted commas. Okay. But what if I want to go, I want apostrophe S. Okay. So I'll write Viraj. Okay. Viraj. But it's showing an error. Okay. So for avoiding this, we have to use an escape sequence. If we use this backward slash before any single or double inverted commas, then it will be ignored by our code. Like now if I run, let me just save it. I'm getting Viraj. Okay. So here's what you can do. And let's take one more example like hello, my name is. What if I want to print Viraj in double inverted commas? But outside, I'm not changing double inverted commas this time. For ignoring double inverted commas near Viraj, like I want this statement. Okay. Now I want to print this statement. Now I want this statement. So what will I do? I'll just use backslash in double inverted commas and Viraj and again backslash and double inverted commas. So basically, we put the backslash sign before our inverted comma. Okay. Now, if I run this one, I'll get my name is Viraj inside double inverted commas. It basically ignored these signs. Once I put the backslash sign, it will ignore the double inverted comma, single inverted comma, whatever you want to put. Okay. Now let's move forward. Here's a bit of some basic what can I say? Some basic stuff of strings. Okay. So other sequences are backslash n. Okay, escape sequences we call them escape sequences. This is also an escape sequence. Backslash n backslash sign with single inverted comma is also an escape sequence. It depends on what you want to do. If I write hello, my name is Viraj and I want Viraj in single inverted commas. Okay, yeah. So what if I run this one? I'll get my name is Viraj in single inverted commas. So here's another escape sequence. Okay, so you can use another escape sequence like if I write backward slash n before hello, my name is Viraj before name. Okay, so it will basically jump our code to the next line. Hello, my in one line, name is Viraj in next line. Okay, so that's why we use backslash n. We can use backslash t for adding a white space. Backslash t, like if I wrote backslash t before name, so it will add a white space. We are getting a white space. Okay. Now I'll tell you about string concatenation. Okay. So let's declare a variable my string one equals Viraj and let my string 2 equals Jain. Okay, I declare two strings, my string 1 and my string 2 with the values my Viraj and Jain. And here I will write console.log my string 1 plus my string 2. Okay, so basically it will merge both of our strings and comment this one out. Okay, so basically it will merge both of our strings and I'm getting Viraj and Jain. If I want a space, I'll just give this one a space. I'm getting Viraj Jain. Okay, and here's another way. You can directly write console.log and inside this one we will write Viraj plus. It's the same. I didn't declare variables this time. I directly put these values inside our console.log. So it will do the same job. Save and then yeah, it will do the same job. Okay, so what if I write a variable between them? Like I write string my string 1 plus. Okay, we have added my string 1 plus between these two variables, these two values, Viraj and Jain. Okay, and let's just add some space. Now, if I print this one, I'll get Viraj Jain, because I have added this string here. I can add any value, like I can write x xyz. Okay, so basically Viraj xyz or J, right? So save. Yeah, Viraj xyz J. So that simple string concatenation, it's a very great property when you want to update your anything, text or a number continuously. So here we can use string concatenation, and we can we can do another thing, like I can simply write my string 1 equals my string plus Jan. Okay, and I'll simply print this one and comment this in. So now what if I print my string 1? So you all must have guessed it. It will print XYZ Jan. Yeah, I'm getting XYZ Jan. Okay. And here's another way you can write plus equals. That's another way. And I'm still getting XYZ Jan. Okay. That's some basic string concatenation stuff. Now I'll tell you how can you find the length of your string. Like let's just comment this one out. And I want to find the length of the string XYZ. So I will write my string 1 dot length, right? And if I save this one, I'm getting 3. That is XYZ. And what if I gave some space, one space, and I wrote TUV? Anything you can write. But okay, now what will you get? XYZ, that is 1, 2, 3, then a space 4, then 5, 6, 7. So the length will be 7. A space is also counted as a length index. Okay, so we are getting 7. Now we can really find the first element, like acha, what if I directly write, like here if I write x y z and d u v. Okay, so what if I write this one, what will I get? I'll get the same thing. Okay, I'll get 7 again. So we have declared the variable here, so it's better to declare variable instead of using the value directly, so that you can change the values of the variable further once your code gets updated or if your code needs update. Okay, now what if I, let's just comment this out, and what if I write console dot log, and inside this one I will write first my string 1 dot, okay, inside the brackets. What if I write 0? What will happen? Let's see. We are getting x. Acha, what if I write 1? Then I'll get y. What if I write z? I mean, what if I write 2? So I'll get z. So basically, if I want to access any of the element, any of the single character, I'll write 0 for this first one, 1, 1 for second one, okay, 2 for third one. So indexing starts from 0 to n minus 1. That is, if the length is n, here the length is 7. So indexing will start from 0 to 6. That is, x has 0, y has 1, z has 2, a space has 3. Okay, then t has 4, u has 5, and v has 6. Okay, and what if I write 7 here? What if I write 7? V will get undefined, right? And if I write 6, we will get v. Okay, and if I write 5, I'll get u. If I write 4, I'll get t. Simple. Now what if you want to find, acha, with zero index. With zero index, we will get x, right? This is called indexing. The numbers which we are putting it inside, we get an indexing. So we will write my string 1 and 0 equals. What if I change x to capital A? Capital A. Okay, what if I change x to capital A? That means A, Y, Z. Will this happen? Let's just figure this out. No, it won't change. Okay, it's not changing. We try to assign value, the zeroth value to A, but x will not change. But there's another way. That's the simple one, what we did before. Like we change the whole variable, that is A, Y, Z, and T, U, V. That's the way how you can change. You can change the string variables. Okay. Now we'll get A after we print. Okay. So here's a way. Now a few more things related to indexing. Like to print the first letter we used 0. To print the second letter we used 1. To print the third letter we used uh, 2. Okay. What if I want the last letter? Then I will write inside this, inside these brackets. Let's just comment this out. I will write, first I'll write the length, because for the last letter, okay, it's n minus 1. That is, if the length is 7, its index is 6. Okay, so what if I want to access the last letter or alphabet? I'll write my string 1 dot length, that is 7 minus 1. So basically it is 7 minus 1, which means 6. So I'm getting V. Okay, that's how it works. You can access the last element. And what if I want to access the second last element? I'll make it 2. That is 7 minus 2, that is 5. That is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means we'll get U. Okay, yeah, we are getting U. And similarly, you can get third last element, that is T. We are getting T. Okay, but if I want fourth last element, that is the blank space, we won't get anything. Let's just run it. We won't get anything. Yeah, we are not getting anything. Okay, now we have completed all our basics of our variable. I've explained you about strings and some basic operations, arithmetic operations related to variables, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, finding a remainder. अब मैं काम करता हूँ, मैं एक नई HTML फाइल बना लेता हूँ, a2.html. ओके, यहाँ पे मैंने एक शॉर्टकट बताया था आपको, shift+1, that is exclamation mark, and hit enter. So ऐसे हम अपनी HTML की बॉयलर प्लेट प्रिंट कर सकते हैं. ये एक शॉर्टकट है. ओके, I will assume that you all must be knowing basics of HTML and CSS, right? Before knowing basics of HTML and CSS, I suggest you must first go for those two, then you can learn JavaScript. Okay. Now here we will create a simple script tag. This is what I told you in the last video. Okay. Now we will study about a new concept, that is arrays. So in last video, I told you how to declare variables. Let a1 equals 9. Okay. Let a2 equals 10. Let a3 equals 25. Let a4 equals 30. So here you can see that I have declared 4 variables, a1, a2, a3, a4 using let keyword, and I've declared values. I've assigned those values 9, 10, 25, 30. So these are the 4 values. So instead of doing this, we can declare a single variable, okay, and store all these 4 values inside that. So this concept is called arrays. So in arrays, we can do one thing, let I'm just naming it my array. You can really name it anything, like my array 1 2 3, whatever you want. Okay, for simplicity I'm naming it my array. And now I will type square brackets. Okay, and inside those square brackets I will type my numbers. So again I'll write 9 10 and 25 and 30, right? And after this I'll simply put a semicolon sign, which you must not forget, because it really means that your command, your line of code is ended. Okay, so here we have created an array where we have stored 4 values 9 10 25 and 30. And in the next line I will simply write my array. Okay, so here we have declared an array 9 10 25 and 30. Those values are stored. And now I'm accessing my first element, like I want to access 9. For that I'll write my array with index 0. So we can just simply write, let me just cut it, and now I'll write console dot log, and inside this I'll write my array with index 0. So now let's just run our code. For this I've used live server. So here's our web page. It's blank because we haven't wrote any HTML part or CSS part. So just ignore that. Okay, I'll inspect this page, and in the console section, we are getting 9. That is the first element of our array. Let me just comment this one out. It's of no use for us. I mean that if I write my array with index 0, I'll get 9. If I write my array with index 1, I'll get 10. If I write my index with index 2, I'll get 25, and so on. So this one will be 3. So if I write my array with index 3, I'll get 30. I'm getting 30. Okay. Now what if I write 4? So if I write 4, it will say undefined, because we have only 4 elements which have values 0 1 2 3. So fourth index doesn't exist. Okay, now one more thing. When you declare an array, the type of variable must be always be same. Like if I want to use integers, all must be integers. Okay, so what if I write any string? Sure. Okay, I've written my name in the last, and let's just access the third element, that is Harshal, right? And here it's let me just save this one. So here I am getting Harshal. So in other programming languages we can't declare same kind of we can't declare a different kind of variables in one array, but in JavaScript we have a freedom that we can declare. I've declared a string, I've declared integers, I can also declare decimal. Okay, I've written 10.5. So this is a simple example of an array. So let me just access my first index. So I'll get 10.5. Obviously I'll get 10.5, right? Acha, I forgot to tell you one more thing, like let a equals 10. So this is a simple integer type variable, right? But what if I make this 10 inside the double inverted commas? Then it will become a string. Anything written inside double inverted commas or single inverted commas becomes a string. Okay, that's a simple concept. Now let me just comment this out. It's of no use now. And now what if I try to modify the elements of my array? Like if I write my array with index 1, that is currently 10.5, but I want to change its value to let's make it 13, right? Let's make it 13.
So now I will get 13. Let me just copy this and paste it before changing our value. So first we'll get 10.5, then we changed our value to 13, so we'll get 13. It's for the first index, that is 10.5. Okay, now just save, and here first I'm getting 10.5 and then I'm getting 13, right? So let's move forward. So this is a simple 1D array. Okay, we can also create two-dimensional arrays. For two-dimensional arrays, we use rows and columns. So let me just comment this one out. And in the next line, I will write a simple array, 2D array. For that, I'll declare let my array. And inside this array, I'll write some values like 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. Okay, and curly brackets, we want square brackets. Please don't forget to declare all of your arrays inside square brackets. Okay, so inside the square brackets I've written values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. So basically it's a 2D array. Now what if I want to access this element? Let me just write in a little bit more format. Basically this is the format. Okay, this is the first row, this is the second row, this is the third row. Okay, now 147 is in the first column, and 258 is in the second column, and 369 is in the third column. Let me just write it here. Row 1. A lot of you must have a confusion between row and column, so I will just write here row 1, row 2, and row 3. Okay, so that's some basic concept. And now what if I want to access the first element that is in row 1 and column 1? So I'll write console dot log, and inside this one I will write my array, and then I will write 0, 0. Okay, let me just check my code. So yeah, I'm getting 1, 2, 3. That is our first row. Okay, now what if I write 1 after this one? So yeah, this is giving me 4, 5, 6, and 3. Okay, that's some basic concept of 2D arrays. Now what if I write 301? Is it saved? So yeah, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it's not of much use now, but there was some basic concept of arrays in one dimensional, and I've introduced 2D arrays. Now let's move forward. Let me just comment this one out. Let me just comment these two out, and let's remove these comments. This one. I've pasted this here, and I've commented this one out. Okay, so we have created a simple array with index 9, 10.5, 25, and last element Harshal. Okay, so now I'll introduce you to the push command. Okay, the push command takes one element, that is last element. Okay, yeah, here's our array, and an easy way to append data to the end of an array. Like if I want to add something to the end of my array, I'll use push keyword. What if I write my array dot push and inside this I will write 5. Okay, so now what will happen? Basically our array an element like 5 will be introduced. Okay, so because we have written 5, let me just print the zeroth index, zeroth index, first index, second index, third index, fourth index. So let me just print our fourth index. My array equals, sorry, console.log and my array, and I will write 4 because I want the fourth index, that is the element 5 which we have added after Harshal. So let me just save it, and I'm getting 5. Acha, what if I write the same thing before using push? We are getting undefined because 5 was not defined before. That is fourth index wasn't defined before. We have defined here. We have defined fourth index here. That is 5. Value is 5. Now if I print the fourth index, I'm getting 5. If I write anything else like 10, so I'll get 10. That's simple. Okay, first we will get undefined because there is no such fourth index, that is fifth element. And once we pushed a value 10, it will jump to the fourth index, that is it will become the fifth element. So after this, if we print the fourth index, we will get 10, right? So now let's move forward. Now I will introduce you to another keyword, that is pop keyword. So another way to change data in an array is called is pop keyword, right? I mean, it's a pop function. Okay, so pop is used to pop a value out of an array. Like if I want to pop out last element of the array, like currently last element of our array is 10. Let me just remove it. Okay, so here's my array and I want to pop out the last element, that is Harshal. So for this I'll write my array dot pop and brackets. So we don't write any parameters inside the pop function. Okay, what it simply does, it does that it will remove the last element, that is Harshal. So if I try to print the fourth element, that is third index, we'll get undefined. And what if I write this before the pop function? We'll get Harshal. Okay, so first we are getting Harshal, but if we use pop keyword, pop function, then it will remove the last element, that is Harshal, and then we will get undefined if we print the third index again. Okay, so we can also use a shift keyword. What does this do? Shift function. I'm sorry, I'm pronouncing it keyword because I have a habit. Don't judge me, it's okay, we can call it a function, right? So what does shift keyword do? Basically it will remove the first element, that is the zeroth index. Now currently in zeroth index we have 9. So what if I write my array dot shift? Simple. Now this line will basically remove the first element, that is 9. So if I print this, first we will get 9 and then we'll get 10. First we are getting 9 and after this there is 10, but we have used the shift keyword, okay, shift function. So 9 is removed and we are getting, let me just keep this. Okay, now let's just print this one again. Now we are getting 10.5. So I'm sorry, I said 10 because it's 10.5. So basically 9 was removed and the first element now is 10.5. Basically it shifts forward, right? we will use the unshift keyword. Basically, unshift keyword will add a value at the first index of our array. Like currently the first index is 9, right? Now if I write my array dot shift unshift, okay, unshift dot unshift. Now here I will write, suppose I will write Viraj, right? Now first we will get 9, but after using unshift keyword and assigning it value Viraj will get inserted at the first index, and these other values will be shifted forward. So now if I try to run this, first I'm getting 9, and then after using unshift we are getting Viraj as the first index, that is 0th index. Now I will introduce you to JavaScript functions. So JavaScript functions are love because they help me personally. They help me because if I want to simply if I click this button, then I'll create a function that if I click this button, I'll call that function. Let me just show you a demo. I'll create a new file, day2_1.html. I've created a new HTML file because the old one became a mess. Now I'll write a simple line of code, like we have a p tag. Inside this I'll write hello world, and I'll give it an ID. That is, what ID should I give? My v1. Okay, now we'll create a button. And in the last video I introduced you to on-click function, I mean on-click command. So I'm using on-click equals, let's just keep it blank for now, I'll tell you why. And now I'll name the button don't click me. Okay, so after seeing this don't click me, I'll obviously click that button. Now I'll create a script tag, and inside the script tag I'll create a function. So what does a function basically do? Like if I want to reuse a same line of code, like I use push command. Okay, so basically it's a function, we can reuse it anytime. Okay, so what if I want to use same line of code again and again in JavaScript? So I'll create a function. For this you'll use function keyword, and I'll name the function my func1. Okay, and after this curly brackets. Okay, so here's a way you can create function. It's necessary you have to write function keyword, and then you can name your function literally anything. I've named my func1, right? And after that I'll insert in my brackets. Okay, now I will write document dot get element by ID, and basically now I will change the HTML of this ID. I've told you this in previous video. And now I'll write my p1 because the ID of our p tag is my p1. And now I'll write dot inner HTML equals HTML was changed. Okay, I've written HTML was changed. Like if somebody presses this button, then I'll write on click. I've written on click, and inside this I'll write my function. So I'll write my func1 and brackets. Okay, it's a simple way. Now on click run my func1, so it will call the my func1 function, and inside this we have written document.getElement by id. So let me just save it, and okay, I have to open it with live server because it's a new HTML file, right? So here's our code, here's our web page, and first we have a p tag displaying hello world, and after this we have created a button. Its name is don't click me. So if I click this button, it's showing HTML was changed. So that's a simple use of a function. Now later on I'll tell you another use of function. Like if I just comment this one out, and no, don't comment it out. Now let's just change its CSS. For that I told you we use style, right? Copy this one and paste. Now here I'll write style dot color. Okay, now I'll write what color should I do. Red. Okay, now once I click this button, HTML will be changed and its color will also be changed because we have called the functions. In the previous video we have created two different buttons. One button will do this task, changing HTML, another button will do this task, changing CSS. But now we've created a function which will do both tasks because we have mentioned here both of them. So here's a benefit of functions: you can do multiple tasks with a single click, with a single call. We have simply called myfunc1, that is our function, and inside this we have written our changing HTML and CSS. Okay, so let's move forward. Now I'll pass some parameters to my function. Like let me just comment these two out, and if I write parameters like let me just write A and B. Okay, and here I will write document. Let me just copy the old line and just comment this one out. Okay, now what we will do, we'll simply print the sum of A and B. For this I'll write A plus B here. Okay, so let me just declare values of A and B here. Let A equals 1, let B equals 2. So basically we have declared values A and B, and once this function is called, we'll pass the values of A and B inside this function, that is 1 and 2, and 1 plus 2 will be displayed. So let's see, it's showing NaN. Okay, so not a problem. I basically might have done some mistake. Let me just write here console dot log A plus B. Now if I click this button and I see my console, we are getting NaN. That's some error because this might be a browser's error. I don't know why it's coming. Okay, let's move forward. Now another thing is return a value. Okay, so if I write A here, basically it must print values like 3. Okay, a plus b is 3. So basically it will print 3 once we call this function. So it's not working due to some issues. Now we can return some values, like if there was only a, right? There was only a, and if I write return num plus 3, so basically it will return value like if there is a number value like a, so it will return 1 plus 3, that is 4. Okay, so here's why we use return keyword. Now let me just comment this button out. Now what if I call this one let answer equals 5 and inside this I'll pass, comment these two out. I'll pass, what should I pass? I'll pass 2. Okay, so basically it will return 2 plus 3, and 2 plus 3, that is 5, will be stored inside this answer variable. And then I'll write console.log and I'll write answer. Okay, now let me just save it, and here I'm getting 5. So it's because I've passed value 2 inside this function. Now when this function runs, I've called the function here, so the function will automatically run. You have to call the function to run that function. Okay, so I've called the function here. Now I've passed the value 2, so basically it will return 2 plus 3. That is, answer will get 2 plus 3 value, that is 5. Now what if I write 12 here? So obviously I'll get 15, because 12 plus 3 is 15, and 15 gets stored here, right? So here's a basic use of return keyword. Now let's learn about global variable and local variable. So in global variable, basically the variable is declared outside the function, like let my global var equals this is a global variable and if I write anything inside this function, I declare any variable inside this function, like let my I'll simply write my var. Okay, I'll simply write my var. So I created a variable outside the function which I have assigned value like this is a global variable, right? Now if I again write my var equals this is a local variable. Local means our variable which is declared only inside the function, that can't be accessed outside this function because we have declared it inside the function. So what if I write return a plus, what if I write return my var, what if I write return my var? Now basically now it's of no use, we can just remove this a and we can remove those values, right? So this basically means when I call this function it will return my var, that is let me just show this one. This is a local variable, but why am I getting a local variable? I have declared it global variable outside, and why am I getting a local variable? Because the function will find any local variable if there is any local variable. Yes, there is a local variable, that is we have declared the variable name myWhere, which we have called here myWhere inside the function only. What if I comment this one out? Now what will happen? I'm getting this is a global variable. So here's the conclusion, that when the function is called, first it will check if there is a local variable. That is, if there is a variable inside the function myWhere, it will print the value, this is a local variable. But what if there is no variable like myWhere inside the function, but it is outside the function? So it will print this is a global variable. So here's a simple explanation of global variable and local variable. Now let's move forward. We also call it local scope and global scope. Okay, don't get confused. Now we will learn about if else. Okay, so I will create a new HTML file, day2 underscore if else. Okay, that's a really important topic, if else. And inside this script tag, I'll write if else. Now I'll create a function. Function keyword and then function name myfunc2. Okay, just a random name. And inside this, I'll write some statements that if I declare a value here, let x equals 9. Okay, so I'll write if x equals 9. Basically this is a comparison operator. This is not an assignment operator, this is a comparison operator that checks that value of x must be equal to 9. Okay, so this is a comparison operator. Now inside this, I'll write console.log true. Okay, I've written true. You can write any string, anything here. And if the value is not equal to 9, then I'll write else console.log false. So let me just call this function. I'll create a variable that answer equals myfunc2. Okay, then I'll write console.log answer. Basically I've assigned answer variable the value which myfunc2 returned, and obviously it will return true because we have assigned value 9. So first it will check that if value of x is equal to 9, then it will return true, it will print true. If the value is other than 9, then it will return false. So you must have guessed it, that it will return true. Sorry, we have to open this file with our live server because we have created a new file. And now let's just inspect and console.log. Yeah, we are getting true. What if I write 19 here? Now what should I get? I must get false because the value is not equal to 9. I'm getting false. Simple. That's really simple. Okay. Now you must have got a little bit of idea of if else. Let's take another example. let me declare another variable. Let's answer. Okay, and comment this one out. So I will assign value. If the value of x is 9, then I'll assign the value answer equals yes, the value is 9. Okay, now what if I write inside the else statement, I'll write answer equals no, the value is not 9. Okay, and we just save it, and there might be some error. Let answer no, the value is 9. So I've given you a basic concept. Okay, basically it means that if the value of x is 9, then you will get yes, the value is 9, and if the value of x is not 9, then you will get no, the value is not 9. So it's a simple use of if else. Let's move forward. Now I should comment this one out. Let's move forward. Now we will learn about strictly equally operator. Okay, strict equality operator. So that's the correct name, strict equality operator. So let me give an example. 9 equals 9, right? 9 equals 9 because 9 is an integer and 9 is an integer, so they are same values. But 9 equals brackets inverted commas में 9. So are these two values same? No, because one is an integer and another is a string, so it's not equal to 9. So basically what I mean is, if I assign value of x as 9, 16, let me just assign the value 69. Okay, and inside now assign the value 69. Okay, now if I write another equal to sign, okay, and I'll write 69 again here for your convenience. Okay, so if this happens, like let me just run it. Already been declared. There's an issue. Have I done something wrong? Okay, I've already declared this, so I remove this one. Yeah, it's returning false. Why it's returning false? X is 69 and this is also 69. Why is it returning false? Because I have used strict equality operator, which means that string 69 can't be equal to integer 69. Okay, so what if I remove this one? I simply check with double equals. Let me just save it. Now what will I get? I'm getting true. But this is not a good idea, because here we have declared 69 as a string and here we have declared 69 as an integer, so they are not equal. So that's why we use strict equality operator. That's the main use. Okay, so you all must have got a simple idea. Now I'll use another if statement. Okay, let me just remove this else statement. So here's a quick tip. You can remove the else statement and you can simply create another if statement, like if. Now what if I want to write not equals to? For equals to I wrote equals sign, like for comparison. Okay, So for not equals to, I'll write x exclamation mark equals 69, right? And I'll simply write false. Okay, now what will happen? 69 let me just change its value to 65. Okay, so now this statement will run because if x was equal to 69, then we will get true. But what if x is not equal to 69? Then we will get false. So here's another way. We are getting false. Okay. So let's move forward. Now, if I write 65 here and 65 here, this is a strictly not equals operator. Okay, we have used double equal to sign and a exclamation mark. So it's a strictly not equal sign and it's strictly equals sign, right? So let me just run this one. So we are getting false because, as I told you earlier, 65 is a string that can't be equal to an integer. So 65 has a string and this statement will run because the string is not equal to integer. Condition is true here. Now we'll get console.log and print false or anything you want, like the value is not integer 65. Now we will get the value is not integer 65. Okay, so here's a simple basic idea of comparison operator. Now we will explore another stuff, that is greater than sign. Yeah, it's basically like if x is greater than 65, let me just assign it value 70. So I have assigned value 70, that is greater than 65, then it will return true, else it will return false. Okay, so if value is greater than 65, we'll get true. If the value is less than 65, we'll get false. So let me just check. So we are getting true, right? Now what if I write 64 here? Now the value of x is less than 65, so this statement will not run. Now we'll return the else statement, that is this time we will get false, this false. Okay, now what if I assign value 65? What will we get? Like 65 is not greater than 65 nor less than 65. 65 equals 65. So which statement will run? We are getting false. But 65 equals 65. It's not less than 65. So we will use another operator, that is equals sign. That is, if x is greater than 65 or x is equal to 65, then return true. So let's check. Now we are getting true. And we have another operator, that is if x is less than 65. Lesser than and greater than sign. Basically I have changed the greater than to lesser than. Now if x is less than 65, that is assigned it here 3, then we will get true. Now again, if I write x equals 65, and this condition will become false because x is not less than 65, it is equal to 65. Let's check what will happen. We are getting false. So for this we can write equals to sign here, that is x is less than 65 or equal to 65, then print true. So these were our simple comparison operators. Now moving forward. Now I told you can write another if statement here. So instead of this, you can also write else if. It's basically if you want to assign a particular value, like if x equals 63, the value is 63. So basically what will happen, we have assigned x some value that is 65. Let me just assign it 63. Okay, so first statement will be run, right? That is if x is equal to, if x is equals 65, then we will get true. If x is equal to 63, then we'll get the value is an integer 63, right? If x is not 65 and not 63, then we'll get false. So let's just run this one again, and yes, the value of integer is 63. So here's how we can use else if statements. So it's same as if statement, not different. This is just a keyword. Okay, let's move forward. Now we will explore the switch case. So in the switch case, I'll just let me comment this out too. Okay, now in the switch case, like switch, beside this I'll write x. Now in the curly brackets I'll write case. I'll write any value like 35. When x is equal to 35, it simply means when x is equal to 35, then console.log the value is 35. Simple. And again I will write case 40. I'm picking up some random values so that I can make it a better understanding. Console.log, and inside this I'll write the value is 40. Simple. Now if I run this, let me just declare x here. Let x equals 40. So I have declared x equals 40 here. So if I run this switch case, I'll get the value is 40. Let me just write it inside a function. Function my func3. Okay, then brackets, and inside this I'll simply paste my switch case, and now I'll write let answer equals my func3. Okay, basically answer will have value whatever we will return in my func3, that is right. So dot log my answer. Okay, now let me, have I done something wrong here? Okay, let's just comment everything out. Right, so I've created a my func3 function, and inside it I have pasted my switch keys, which have explained you right now. Now I'll write the value is 40. We are getting the value is 40. What if I write 35? 35. Then we will get the value is 35. So you must have observed that after 35, why is this getting printed? That's because we haven't updated with a break statement, that we haven't given a command, break command to the switch case, so it won't stop, it will print all the values. So we have to add break here, that is every line break. Okay, so if I run that again, I'll get only the value is 35, right? Now there's also a default case, like if the value of x is not 35, not 40, then what we will do? Like we have used else statement in the above example, so here we can use default case, and inside the default case I'll write, we can declare default case like this. Inside the default case I'll write console dot log. Inside this I'll write no value of x matches. Okay, now let me just change the value of x. Suppose I'll change the value of x to 10. So first it will check that is the value equal to 35? No, it's not. Is the value equal to 40? No, it's not. And it will check any further cases you will create, like we have created to 35 and 40. It will check any further cases. Then it will, if there is no such value, then we will run default case. And inside default, we'll print no value of x matches. So let's run, and we are getting no value of x matches because we have given value 10. So 10 is not equal to 35, not equal to 40. Then next is default. So it will print default case, that is no value of x matches. Right? Now we can create multiple cases, like let me just create another case. Case 21. Okay. Case 22. Case. Just ignore the blank spaces. It's because of VS Code. It is giving spaces automatically because of the code formatter. Just ignore this. Case 23 and case 24. Basically I have four values: if x equals 23, or x equals 22, or x equals, sorry, if x equals 21, x equals 22, or x equals 23, or x equals 24. Then we'll execute only one line of code, that is console dot log the value is between 21 to 24. Okay, so if I just change my x to 21, now what should I get? I'll get the value of x is between 21 to 24. I forgot to add a break statement, that's why default statement is running. Break. Okay, it will break our code. Yeah, we are getting the values between 21 and 24. If I write 23 here, I'll get the same, the values between 21 and 24. Okay, so here's we can combine 3-4 cases or any number of cases all together and give it a single output. Okay, now let's, okay, so we have covered if else statements till now. I am sure you have some idea of if-else statements now.
So guys, this is our VS Code. I hope you all must have installed VS Code. It's better to use VS Code because this ID is like really a gem, as we can really find all of our mistakes very easily. So I'm creating a new HTML file. Okay, one more thing. Before learning JavaScript, your basics of HTML and CSS must be clear. I'm not saying advanced HTML CSS, but at least basics must be clear, because we implement JavaScript in HTML CSS, so that must be clear. So let's make another HTML file, day3.html. Here we will use a shortcut. The shortcut is by using exclamation mark. I'll show you again. By using exclamation mark and hit enter, we'll get a HTML boilerplate. So this is a very famous shortcut and a very helpful shortcut. Now I'll create my script tag, because we are studying JavaScript, so inside script tag. And so first of all, I'll tell you what is a loop. Like, loop is something which you want to iterate over and over again. Like if I want to change my value again and again every time the loop runs, like in generally loop means something which happens again and again. So loop means the same. I want to repeat a function or a process again and again. So there are three types of loops. Like in every programming language there are three types of loops: for loop, while loop, and do while loop. So the most famous one is for loop and while loop, and we rarely use while loop, do while loop. Okay, so let me just write here. This might be confusing, while and do while. So three types of loops, three types of loops. Okay, number one, for loop. Number two, while loop. And number three, do while. Right, so there are three types of loops. Their functioning is similar. Like these two are exactly similar, they give similar outputs. Do while loop is a little bit different, and it's not much of use. Like we use this one rarely, but I'll explain this one too. Okay, so not an issue. Now what is a while loop? So let's just make a simple loop. I'll create a function. Functions have been discussed before in the previous class, so again I can tell you how to declare a function. I've written function keyword, and then I'll write my func1. That is the name of our function. You can really write any other name. I've written my func1. Okay, and this is how we declare a function. So basically, function, what does a function do? It basically calls a process. I mean, it executes a process once you call a function. Like I will write while. Let me just declare a simple variable here. I have declared int I equals 0. I have declared a variable named I. Sorry, where? Okay, we use let keyword before a variable, before declaring a variable. So I've declared a variable whose value is 0 and variable name is I. Right, now inside this while keyword, I'll write while I is less than 5. Okay, currently I is 0, and I told you where this is a comparison operator. Like while this is lesser than sign, that is I less than 5. Okay, this means that run this loop till I less than 5. Once I becomes equal to 5, then this loop will break. Let me just show you how I will increase. Currently it's 0 and we are not updating it. Now we will update it. So simple. First we'll print our I, because I want to print numbers from 1 to 5. So console.log, and here I'll write I. That's clear. Okay, now in the first video I told you about I++, so I'll write I++. Basically, it will increment the value of I by 1 every time this loop executes. So let me just run this one first, then let me just create a variable here. Let my var equals, and inside this I'll keep my function func1. Okay, so console dot log, and here I'll write var. So basically it's calling over calling, like once I will call my var, then it will call my func1 func. Okay, then it will call my func1, then inside my func1 we will call the while loop. So it's calling over calling. Now let's just check this one. For this I'll save and open with live server. So yeah, you must install live server. It's a really great extension. It will automatically update your code once you execute this one. So here we have inspected, and then I'll simply okay. So once we executed our while loop, here we are getting values 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I hope this might be visible. Yeah, this might be visible. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So how do these values increase? Like let me just write a little bit more clear. Here I write the value of I is okay. Simply first it will print a string that is the value of I is, and then I've added my value. This is not that addition. This is simply it will write the value of I next to this string. Okay, got it? Let me just show you this one. Okay, there's some issue. Let's just ignore this one. Okay, I printed the value of I simple. So what happened is, first value of I is 0, right? I've declared I equals 0. Now we executed our loop. Okay, whenever you call a loop, it will get executed. So first it will check, is I less than 5? So yeah, 0 is less than 5. Then I will be printed, that is 0 will be printed. Then we have executed I plus plus, we have written I plus plus. So value of I will become 1 because 0 plus 1 equals 1. So I's new value is 1. Then again it will check. Now this won't exist, like we haven't declared, we can't use the old value of I. We have new value of I, that is 1. So I's new value is 1, not 0. So again we will come inside the loop, and here I is again less than 5, that is 1 is less than 5. So 1 will be printed, and then 1 plus 1 equals 2. So I becomes 2. Then again this loop will run, then 2 is less than 5, 2 will be printed, then I becomes 3. Again 3 is less than 5, 3 will be printed, and 3 is incremented by 1, that is 4. Again 4 is less than 5, then 4 will be printed, then 4 will increment, that is I becomes 5. Now when I becomes 5, here this statement will be false because I must be less than 5, right? We have written here I must be less than 5. So that's why values are printing from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the loop breaks. So let me just show you this one again. Yeah, we are getting values 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 values, 5 values. Okay, acha, what if I write less than, I is less than or equal to 5? Okay, so now 5 will also be printed because the last loop, last iteration, when I becomes 5, like after 4 gets printed, then I will become 5. Then again it will check. So yeah, 5 is equal to 5. We have written both conditions here, less than equal to. So if I is less than or I equal to 5, then again run this statement. So yeah, 5 equals 5, 5 will be printed, and then 5 becomes 6. But now 6 is not less than or equal to 5, so loop won't run again. Okay, so let's save it. Now I'm getting 5 2. Okay, so Also, we can do this in reverse order. Suppose value of I is 10, right? And let me just change this one. I'll write I less than or equal to 0. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to print in reverse order, that is 10, 9, 8, 7 up to 0. Okay. So here I'll decrement the value I minus minus, just run it, and I'm getting values 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and 0. 0 because I have written a equal to sign to. So let me just show you this one. So at first value of I is 10. Okay, that's clear. And now it will check, is I greater than 0 or not. So yeah, 10 is greater than, or 10 is greater than 0, right? So 10 will be printed here, and then we have written I minus minus, that is 10 becomes 9, so value of I is 9. So again 9 is greater than 0, 9 is printed, and 9 gets 8. Okay, 9 becomes 8, so value of I becomes 8. Similarly 7 will be 8 will be printed, 7 will be printed, 6 will be printed, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So when the value of I is 1, okay, the loop will run again. Okay, 1 is greater than 0, 1 gets printed, and then 1 minus minus, that is 0. So now I becomes 0. So here it will run again. Here we can see that I is greater than or equal to 0. So yeah, 0 is equal to 0. So this loop will run again, and 0 will be printed. Now it won't run because if we do I minus minus, the value will be less than 0. So this statement will come false. So we'll get 10, 9, 8, 7 up to 0. So this was our while loop. We can also use this with our arrays to have simply incremented values, but now I'm going to show you how can you make an array using while loops. So here I will comment this one out. Let me just comment this out. Okay, now I'll create an array. Let my array, this is a name of our array. You can name anything like my array 1 2 3, anything. Okay, for simplicity I've created my array as a name. I've used my array as a name, and I will simply leave here blank square brackets. So basically now what my mission is, that we are on a mission, and we will add some values to our array from 0 to 5 using a loop. So in the previous one we have printed values from 0 to 5 using loops. Now we will add, by add I mean I'll just put these values, like array will be printed like 0 1 2 3 4 5. Array will be printed like this. Okay, so yeah, let's create a while loop. Okay, I less than 5, and here I'll I less than equal to 5 because 0 1 2 3 4 5. So yeah, 6. Okay, 6. These are 6 values, so I'm just putting 6 as a limit. Now I'll add these values in my array. How? In the previous one I introduced to the push keyword. So here I'll write my array dot push. Okay, and then push. Okay, push. Yeah, here I'll write I. So basically what will happen, I told you that whatever we write inside the push function, that value will be added to our array. Okay, like added to the last of our array. So just increase my value, and let me just print my array. So for that I'll write console dot log my array of index. Let's take any index, like index will be 0 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, So let's just print the first index, that is 1. Okay, let's take 1, right? Okay, do one more thing. Let's take 0 too. Okay, what happened? Okay, got it. 0 and again con. So basically what will happen, we'll run this one. Let's save. I is not defined. Okay, I didn't declare I, my bad. Let I equals 0. Okay, now I've declared I. Yeah, so I'm getting 0, 1 and 2. That is the 0th index becomes 0, first index becomes 1, and second index becomes 2. But how? Let's write all the values. Okay, here I'll write third index, fourth index, fifth index, and sixth index. Okay, let's save and run. So I'm getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so what happened here is, first of all, the value of our I is 0 and the array is empty. So now we have called our while loop, and here I've created my array dot push I. So first I is 0, so this will check that is 0 less than or equal to 6. Yeah, 0 is less than 6. So my array dot push will run and the array becomes 0, the index becomes 0, right? Now again our loop will run. That is okay, after printing 0, the I gets updated, that is I will become 1. 0 say 1. Okay, now again 1 is less than 6. Yeah, less than 6, so 1 will be added to our array, that is 1. And again I will get updated, that is I will become 2. So 2 less than 6. Yeah, so 2 will be added. Again I becomes 3, then 3 less than 6. So yeah, here again push is called and 3 is pushed here. Now similar is for 3 becomes 4, 4 less than 6, and 4 is less than 6, and 4 will be pushed to our array. Again, so yeah, I have okay. So again 4 becomes 5, 5 less than 6, and 5 gets pushed. So here we have 5. Again 5 becomes 6, 6 is equal to 6. So again this statement is true, condition is true, so 6 will be pushed. So 6. What say, let me just make it 5. Okay, so no problem, let's print 6 too, right? So let's save this one. So we have printed what number of indexes? 0th index, first index, second index, third index, fourth index, fifth index, sixth index. Here all of them are printed. Let me just check. Yeah, so we are getting from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we are getting 6 because last condition is also true. What if I remove this equal to sign? So we won't get 6 because 6 can't be less than 6. So yeah, we are getting till 5, and for last index we are getting undefined, that is this one. For this one we are getting undefined. Okay, so this was much for while loops. I hope it is really clear to all, right? Let's move towards our next kind of loop, that is for loop. So in for loop, should I just comment this one out? Let me just comment this one out. This might be helpful, really useful later, and I'm a very lazy lad, so I'll use this one later. Yeah, and let me just comment this out. Okay, so when I introduced to you to while loop, I made a simple program
where this one is a decrement one, like we have decreased values from 10 to 0, 10, 9, 8, 7 up to 0. But let me just show you a for loop. So for loop, it's similar to while loop. In while loop, we wrote condition here, okay, inside brackets, statement inside curly brackets, and below and inside statement brackets, we have also written the increment, yeah, decrement, whatever we want to updation, code updation. Okay, so let me just show you how is a for loop written. So I'm just declaring a simple variable I equals 0. Clear? Now we'll write a for loop. So for, and inside brackets I'll write int. So I've declared I. Okay, not an issue. It's of no use now. We declare our variable inside for loops only. So I'm declaring a variable. Suppose I'm declaring I. So let I equals 0. Simple. Okay, now we will write condition. Let we have written, run this loop till I greater than equal to 0. like जब तक I बड़ा है 0 से तब तक ये लूप रन करो, बड़ा है या बराबर है 0 के तब तक ये लूप रन करो. So similarly we will write I less than or equal to 5. So this loop will run when till I less than equal to 5, like the value of I is less than equal to 5, so loop will run. So yeah, at first I equals 0. So and there's another condition, we want to print numbers from 0 to 5, so we have to increment the value of I by 1 every time we run this loop. So I'll write I plus plus. So you can relate this with while loop. We have written condition, updation, code updation here. I'm writing code updation here inside brackets, this one. And now I'll similarly I'll write condition inside condition. I'm saying condition, that is it's not a condition, it is a statement. I'll write the statements inside this one, like what I want to do now. So basically simply I'll write console.log and I got it. So what will happen, this loop is called, okay, I have declared this loop. First I equals 0, so yeah, I is less than 5, then value 5 will be printed. After that I is incremented. Okay, so again I becomes 1, then this loop will run again. We don't need to redeclare, this redeclaration won't run again. Okay, now I's value is changed to 1, so this will be ignored. And now 1 is less than 5. Okay, so 1 will be printed, and then 1 will become 2, so I will become 2. Okay, then 2 is less than 5, 2 will be printed, becomes 3, 3 less than 5, 3 will be printed, 3 becomes 4, 5 less than 5, 5 is equal to 5, so 5 is equal to 5, that condition is true, and 5 will be printed, then 5 becomes 6. So now 6 is not less than or equal to 5, so loop will break. Okay, so let me just run this one again. Yes, I'm getting values from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And similarly, if we remove this equal to sign, I'm getting 0 to 4. 0 to 4, because 5 is not less than 5, so loop will break once I gets updated to 5. Okay, so it was similar to while loop. You can apply similar operations like this one. I've created an array, so let's just create an array using for loop. Let's copy this one, proceed, and comment this one out. Okay, and here I'll paste this one. Okay, now I'll declare an array to write values. Okay, I'll declare a blank array similar to this one. Okay, similar to this. Okay, what say, let's just comment this one out. Okay, let's comment this one out. So our array is declared
previously. And then, as I told you, I'm really lazy person, so I'll copy this one out, and I'll remove this and paste. Okay, so it will do a similar task. I is equal to 0, I is less, let's just make it equal to 5. Okay, so I is less than 5, 0 is less than 5, so value 0 will be pushed, that is this one will be pushed. Again I gets updated via this, and then 1 is less than equal to 5, 1 is less than 5, so 1 will be pushed, 1 will be inserted here. Again I gets updated 2, 2 less than 5, 2 will be pushed. Again I will become 3, 3 less than 5, 3 will be pushed, then 3 will become 4, then 4 less than 5, yeah, so 4 will be pushed, and then I will be updated to 5, so 5 will be equal to 5. Okay, 5 is not less than 5, but 5 is equal to 5, so yeah, this statement is true, and 5 will be pushed. But once I becomes 6, that is after pushing 5, I will get updated, I will become 6. So now when I equals 6, so I is not 6 is not less than 5 or equal to 5, so this loop won't run. So this time 6 won't be printed. Okay, you will get values from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is, if I just comment these out, let me just save it and run it. So here I am getting 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and for the 6th index, that is my array, and 6 as the index, I'm getting undefined because we didn't give it any value, so it's undefined here. If I comment this one out, yeah, these leave this undefined, that's for separate thing. Okay, that's for this one, just ignore this, right? So till now you all must have got an idea of for loops. Acha, let's comment this one. Basically I'm telling you programs that are beginner friendly, and we are just playing with these programs. Okay, so what if I write I equals I plus 2? So what will happen? Value 5 will be incremented by 2 every time this loop is executed. Let's increase our value. It's of no use, sorry guys, comment this one out. Okay, we have declared I here, right? We have declared I here, so let's change this to less than equal to, let's take 10. Okay, so what will happen? First I is 0, right? So 0 is less than 10, so 0 will be printed. Again 0, okay, a new value 5 equals 0 plus 2, so I becomes 2. Again 2 is less than 10, 2 will be printed. Now new value of I equals 2 plus 2, that is 4, so value of I will be 4, and 4 will be printed because it is less than 10. Similarly 6, 8, and once we reach 10, that is after it, new value of I will be I equals 8 plus 2, that is 10. So yeah, 10 equals 10, and 10 will be printed. So after that, if I is updated, that is new I equals 10 plus 2, that is 12. So this condition becomes false and our loop won't run anymore. So I'm getting 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So please tell me in comment section, how can you write odd numbers here? Okay, odd numbers, you all know about odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7. Okay, so how can you write odd numbers here? That's simple. Odd numbers start from 1, not 0, so we'll simply declare it 1. Okay, now what will happen? Odd number is also plus 2, right? 1 plus 2 is 3, and 3 plus 2 is 5, and 5 plus 2 is 7. So this won't need any change. Okay, now what we are doing, we are printing odd numbers from 1 to 10. So 1 3 5 7 will be printed, and you all must have got the logic why 1 3 5 7 9. Okay, so you can also make some basic programs. These are very helpful for you. You can declare arrays using this. Okay, so that's a separate topic. There is a way you can declare variables, like you can add values to the array. Like I have created an array and pushed values like 0 1 2 3 4 5. But what if I want to push values in reverse order, like 5 4 3 2 1? What will I do? That's simple. That's really simple. It's also in reversing or for loop, like what we have done here. Okay, let's ditch this. Okay, so what I told you that let me just comment this one out. Okay, now what I want to print is what I want to push are 5 4 3 2 1. Okay, first we pushed value in this order, now we are pushing values in this order: 5 4 3 2 1 comma 0. Right, so what needs to be changed? We will change, I will become 5. Okay, because we want to push 5 first, and then I greater than equal to 0. Like this loop will run till I greater than equals 0 condition is true, and here I'll write I means minus. Okay, so let's just save it and comment these out. Control this. Okay, so basically these are just my indexes. I'm printing this one and save. And now what we'll get, we are getting values from when we commented out the old one. Okay, let's just comment this one out. Yeah, so I'm getting 5 4 3 2 1 0. That is, we have printed the indexes of our array. Yeah, we have printed the indexes of our array in reverse order. So it will print 1, this will print 5, this will print 4, this will print 3. Okay, this will print 3, this will print 2, this will print 1, and this will print 0, and this will print undefined. Right, so let's comment this out. So that undefined is removed, and this was our last one. This was, ignore this one. Okay, yeah, so here's how we can declare and print the array. If we want to declare values in reverse order, we can do it like this. Now you must have been thinking that I've written these values separately, but what if there are more values in an array? Like here we have only written how much? 1 2 3 4 5 6. Only 6 elements have given. What if there are 100 elements, 1000 elements, lakhs elements? You know, in very big tech giants there are so much of code, and there is so much of array used. Array is a very great concept. So if they wrote like this, it would have taken ages, and it's not really possible. So what's a better approach? Let me just comment this out. So for this we will all again use a loop, right? So I'll create a loop here for let I equals 0, I less than equal to my array dot length. Okay, this my array dot length function might be really new for you, so I'll tell you what's the use. So I've written my array less than, sorry, I plus plus. Okay, and here we'll write console dot log my array and index I. So what is my array dot length? Suppose I have given the array values 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what's its length? The length is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So its length is 6. Okay. Indexes are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the length is 6. Clear? So this simply means run this till I less than 6. So let me just run this one and I'll get first index is 5, second index is 4, sorry, 0th index is 5, first index is 4, second index is 3, third index is 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, fourth index is 1 and fifth index is 0. Okay, so here's how it works. Indexing will be let me just explain you this one. When I is 0, that is index is 0, it will check is 0 less than 6. Yeah, 0 is less than 6, so 0 in 0th index will be printed. Again I gets updated, I will become 1. Is 1 less than 6? Yeah, less than 6, so 1 will be printed. Index 1 will be printed, whatever value is in the index 1, right? Again value of I becomes 2 less than 6, so yeah, index 2 will be printed. Again 3 less than 6, index 3 will be printed. Again 4 less than 6, again fourth index will be printed. Again 5 index 5 is less than 6, then fifth index will be printed. Now once I will become 6 is not less than 6, so 6th index won't be printed. So what if I write here equal to okay, equal to sign, like for I less than equal to 6, so what will happen? Let's check. We are getting another undefined here. That's because array of index value 6 is not defined. Okay, array of index 6 was not defined. I've discussed this one. I mean, we didn't give values here, that's why it was not defined. It's up to you, you can increase the elements of array. Currently we have only given values 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and we are printing this via this for loop and console.log my array with index I. So this was our for loops. Now there's also some nesting work in for loops. Okay, how do we do nesting? Like if you want to declare a 2D array, okay, in last video we have discussed a 2D array. Let me just comment this out. I'll declare an array, comment everything. Okay, clear. Now I'll declare a 2D array which we have discussed in the last video, my 2D array. Okay, that's just a name, and here I will write values like 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, 6, 5, 6, right? Given some values to my 2D array. Now what I want to do, I want to print these values. So basically if I write console.log my 2D array with index 0, 0, right? So for 2D, okay, so for this I'll get 1 because 0, the first 0 indicates 0, 1, 2, so first 0 will point to this one, and then second 0 will be between this, that is 0 and 1, so it will point to this one. Okay, so what if I run this one? I'm getting 1, right? If I shift this to 1, I will get 2. Okay, if I shift this to 1, we'll jump into this one. Okay, then we want to access the first index of this one, that is 4. Sorry, the second index, I mean 4 is the second index of this one. So if I write 1 here, I'll get 4. That's a simple basic concept. But what if I want to access all the values of this array? So we'll apply a similar approach. What we'll write? For let I equals 0. Okay, I less than my 2D array, my 2D array, and then length, and then I plus, and this will create a nested loop. So let's write here again. I'm creating a loop inside a loop. So here I'll write that j equals 0 and j less than add I dot length. Okay, and j plus plus. I'll explain this to you, not an issue. And then I'll print console.log my 2D array index I and j. So let me just change this one, my 2D array, right? So let's run. So I'm getting, yeah, so I'm getting 1 2 3 4 5 6 there, right? I'm getting 1 2 3 4 5 6, all the values of my 2D array. So what happened is I is 0. Okay, and I is what's the length of this array? That's a big question. So let me just print that here so you all will get an idea. Console.log my 2D array dot length. Okay, let's see what's the length. So the length is 3. Why 3? Because 1 2 3, simple. The index, the length of our array is 3, 2D array is 3 here. Now when I is less than 3, let's comment this out. Okay, now when I is less than 3, this loop will run. It will check 0 is less than 3. Yeah, 0 is less than 3. So inside this we have written another loop. Okay, so j is equal to 0, and it's asked that is j less than my 2D array I dot length. So what's its value? Let's just find its value. Control C. Let's take one for example, first index. So what's the length? 2. So basically what does it means? That the jth loop is running for inside this. Okay, the ith loop is running outside and jth loop is inside individually. So its length is 2. Yeah, 1 into length is 2. Okay, let me just comment it out. And so while j is less than 2, this statement will be executed. So I is 0, j is 0, so we will get 1. Now again I will be again now j will be updated. Okay, first this loop will stop, then this value is updated. Okay, now j will get updated. We are currently in this loop. J will get updated. J will become what? 1. From 0 to 1, j will become 1. Now 1 is less than 2. Okay, so what will be printed? 0, and j becomes 2.
So what's 0 and 2? That is 0th index is this one, and 0 and I must have written 1 here. Okay, 1 must be written, sorry. J becomes 1, and 1 is less than this one, and then we will print my array with index 0 1. So this one will be printed. Okay, now again J will get updated. Now 2 is not less than 2, so this loop will break and we'll come outside this loop. Now I is 0. I'll shift to 2. I will shift to 2. Sorry, I will shift to 1. 1. First I was in this one, then I will shift to this one. Okay, now I is 1. So again we are inside this loop because 1 is less than 3. Okay, so again j equals 0, so this will be printed. J is 1, this will be printed. J is 1, like what will happen when I is 1 and j is 0, then this one will be printed, that is index 1, and inside this index 0, so 3 will be printed. Again I is 1 and j is 1, then index 1 of I and index 1 of j, this one, so 4 will be printed. Now again j will become 2, then this loop will be this loop will break. Again we'll run this loop and I becomes what? I will become 2, so 2 less than 3, yeah. So again it will print j is 0. Okay, so it will print first 3 and 0. 3 and 0, what is it? 5. And 3 and 1, it is 6. And after this loop will break, and again we will come here. That now when I will get updated, I'll become 3. Okay, if I becomes 3, then 3 is not less than 3, so outer loop will also break and our program will end. So that's a simple use of how to declare. Yeah, this is our 2D array. How to print 2D array elements using for loop in JavaScript. Okay, yeah. So now I'll introduce you to another loop, that is do while loop. That's nothing more. Let me just a similar example. Okay, now I'll write const our array equals blank. Okay, I've created a blank array, and here I'll write let I equals 0, and do inside this I'll write some code. Again I'll write our array dot push, and here I'll write I. Okay, clear. Let's just make it let. I'll make it const. Okay, I've created a r array variable. Okay, we have created an array, blank array. Now we are doing the same thing, we are updating values, and here I'll write I plus plus, and here I'll write while I less than 5. So what will this loop do? It will print values from 0 to 5. Let me just show you this one. I didn't print my array, my fault. So let me just print my array. For that I'll use this one for printing my 1D array. Print my array with this, comment this out, and here I'll change what I want to change. Here now my name is r array dot length. Okay, let's see, my array is not defined. Okay, sorry, here I have to change it. Okay, clear. Now let's see. Yeah, we are getting value 0 1 2 3 4 and undefined. Okay, that's simple do while loop. You don't need much to learn about this one. Okay,
Now let's move forward. Let's learn something about recursion. So what is recursion? That's another approach to call something again and again. Like we have used loops, we can use recursion. So for recursion, let's make a countdown function. Let's make a new JavaScript file. Let's make a new HTML file. Okay, sorry, I'm saying JavaScript. Let's make a new HTML file. Day 4, day 3 underscore 1.html, just a random name, and our simple, what happened, simple boilerplate here, script tag, and here I'll create a simple function. Its name will be countdown. Okay, countdown number, and here I'll write console.log number, and then let new number equals number minus 1. Okay, if new number greater than 0, countdown. Okay, so what will happen here? Let me just call this function countdown. Let's give it 5. So let me just run it. Inspect element, console, and I'm getting 5 4 3 2 1. What's this? Okay, this is something new concept. This is basically a recursion concept. So what we have done, we have created a function countdown, and inside we have given a parameter that is number. So what will happen, I have written 5 inside countdown, so number becomes 5, right? So first 5 will be printed. Now new number equals 5 minus 1, that is 4. Okay, new number is 4. Now if new number is greater than 0, that is 4 is greater than 0, then call this function. Now this, what will this function do? Countdown and new number's value, that is 4. Okay, now here we have 4, so 4 will be printed. Again new number becomes 4 minus 1. Okay, then 4 minus 1, that is 3, so new number is 3 greater than 0. So again countdown for 3 will run, then similarly it will become 0. Okay, like when new number becomes 1, like if number is 2, then 2 will be printed, the new number will become 1. 2 minus 1, that is 1. Now 1 is greater than 0, so 1 will be, again this countdown function will run again, and we'll again arrive here, then 1 will be printed, then 1 minus 1 is 0, then 0 is not greater than 0. Okay, so this won't run. Okay, because we have given a if condition. Like what if we are getting till 1? Okay, what if I write less than or equal to 0? I'm getting 0 2, right? Let's print from 1 to 10. So similar approach, you have to increase the new number by 1. ये तो आप खुद ट्राई कर सकते हो, ये मैंने उल्टा प्रिंट करके आपको बता दिया, तो ये आप खुद ट्राई कर सकते हो. तो रिकर्शन का ऐसी कॉन्सेप्ट होता है, आप फंक्शन को बार बार कॉल कर सकते हो इफ एल्स कंडीशन लगा के. ओके, सो इसको तो मैं भी कमेंट आउट कर देता हूँ. रिकर्शन इतना ही था, इतना डीप में जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. ओके, हम कॉम्पिटिटिव प्रोग्रामिंग नहीं पढ़ रहे हैं, हम जावास्क्रिप्ट पढ़ रहे हैं, तो रिकर्शन इतना ही पढ़ लो, बेनिफिशियल रहेगा. एक और चीज़ बता सकता हूँ मैं आपको, हम लूप्स को रिप्लेस कर सकते हैं रिकर्शन से. वो कैसे? लाइक मैं एक फंक्शन बनाता हूँ जिसमें मैं सारे एरे की वैल्यू ऐड करूँगा। लाइक एरे के वैल्यूज़ क्या है, 0 1 2 3 4 जो हमने डाली अभी, उनको मैं ऐड कर दूँगा, 0 + 1 2 3 4। तो एक फंक्शन बनाते हैं, फंक्शन ऐड माई अरे, ओके। एंड इनसाइड इट हम अपने अरे का नाम लिख देंगे। तो अभी हम अरे डिक्लेयर करेंगे, डोंट वरी। ऐड अरे, नाउ लेट्स क्रिएट अ डमी अरे। व्हाट विल, okay, leave this one, okay. Let's just complete this one. Now we'll write let sum equals 0. Okay, currently sum is a variable and this value is equal to 0. So what will happen? For let I equals 0, I less than n, and I plus plus. And now we'll add this one, sum equals sum plus add of array का index I. Okay, so basically n is the length of our array. What if I didn't write n? I have to write array dot length. So let's go for n first, then I'll tell you array dot length. Okay, and now I'll write return sum. So let me just call this, how do we call this one? Add my array, and inside this let's create an array first. Okay, here we are creating an array. Let my array equals 1. Let's take some big numbers, 12, 13, 14, 15. Simple. I've created an array with elements 12, 13, 14, 15. And now I'm going to write here my array. That is, I want to add all these numbers 12, 13, 14, 15 of my array. So I'm writing my array here, and now I'll write its length, that is n. So what's its length? Its length is 1 2 3 4, n is 4. All right, so let's save, and I'll write let where any random variable. Okay, let my var equals, oh, and then I'll write console.log and console.log my var. Let's save and run, and I'm getting 54. So 54 is the sum of 12, 13, 14, 15. So what happened here is basically my var has the return value of this function. That is, return value is sum, and sum was 54, so my value has 54. Now let's go a little more before. Now we have given values 12, 13, 14, 15 to our array, and we have called my array here. So my array basically is inserted here, and length is here, that is length is 4. Okay, now currently sum is 0, and I is 0, I less than 0, I less than n, and I plus plus. So what will happen? Sum equals 0 plus 0th index of our array, that is 12. So 0 plus 12 is 12. So now new value of sum is 12. Similarly, I will become 1, 1 less than 4. Now sum equals old sum, that is 12, plus what? Plus array with index 1, that is 13. And this will continue to, loop will repeat till I less than n, that is I less than 4. So once I will become 4, this loop won't run and it won't return anything. So here's a simple way how you can print sum of an array. Now what I wanted to show you is you can use recursions here. How we can use recursion? Let's comment this out, and now I'll write n is less than equal to 0. Okay, then return 1, else curly brackets, and here I'll call my recursion function. Okay, return what I want to return, add my array, and here I'll return what. Let's create this for multiplication. Okay, add me multiply my array. Let's create this for multiplication, multiply my array. Okay, now that's a similar approach. We have created sum here, we can multiply values here, but you have to declare I1 because if you start from sorry, we have to declare product equals 1. We create a product variable where here I will create multiply my array, and then inside this I'll exactly write add comma n minus 1 into add n minus 1. Simple. That's for multiplication. Acha ठीक है, let me just show you for sum also, but first let's execute this one. Return what we did before was we created an array, printed its sum, all elements sum. Now here what we can do again is add comma n minus 1 plus add index n minus 1, and let's just save and run. Now we are again getting 54. So how is this working? Basically what happened is now n is equal to what? N is equal to 4. Okay, so we'll come here and this statement will become false because 4 is not less than or equal to 0. So we'll go for else statement. Now in else statement it's return add my array of index array and length n minus 1. So length n minus 1 will become 3. Again it will check till n becomes 0. Okay, so it's a simple approach for recursion, and you can use this instead of loops. Okay, so and this will basically print your sum of an array. We have used loops here. Instead of this you can use recursion. All right, मैं यहाँ एक न्यू फाइल बना ले रहा हूँ जावास्क्रिप्ट का. मैं यहाँ पे एक फोल्डर बना लूँगा. ओके, सो इसको मैं बाद में प्रोवाइड कर दूंगा, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. तो मैं इसको नाम दे देता हूँ अपना JSGFG, राइट, एंड इसी को मैं राइट क्लिक करके ओपन विद कोड कर लेता हूँ. ओके, सो या ऐसा कुछ पेज खुलेगा, एंड नाउ we will create a blank HTML file, 1.html, right? We'll create a blank HTML file and then I'll just increase its size. Yeah, so now I'll use a shortcut, that's exclamation mark, and hit enter. So we'll get our boilerplate, right? So it's a very great shortcut, you must use it to save your time. Okay, now we'll create a script tag. Okay, that's how we implement JavaScript inside this script tag. Clear? Now we basically normally we create variables like I'm creating let my var equals, and here I'll store my name. So guys, Harshal is my other name, don't get confused. Okay, you can either call me Viraj or Harshal, right? And here we have created a simple variable which we have discussed in the previous classes. Okay, but now I want to store multiple values, like for that we have created arrays, but that's another, we can say if we want to store more values inside a variable, that's another thing, we can create objects. So basically I'll create another object. Let me just comment this one out. Okay, I'll create another object. What's its name? Let my var equals, and now I'll create curly brackets. Okay, and now I'll write first name, and what's my first name? Harshal. Okay, and again I can write my last name.
So for last name, I'll create a last name variable and I can name it Jain, right? And then I can write my age. So my age is 18. Okay, I'm 18. And also I can write, okay, this much is enough. Okay, these are some 3 variables which we have declared inside our object. So if I want to declare multiple variables, like I can, if I simply access first name, okay, I'll show you how. But if I call first name, then Harshal will be printed, and if I call the last name, then Jan will be printed, and if I call the age, then 18 will be printed. So here's how we create an object. That's a simple method. We can also declare function inside this one, like the next line I can also declare function, any function. It's not an issue, but for now we'll play with our variables only, that is data members. Okay, so a lot of people get confused what are methods. So methods are nothing, they are functions. Functions and methods are same. Okay, that's different naming in different languages, but methods and functions are same. So if I say method, it means function. Okay, now I've created an object with so now I'll just create a simple tag, a simple p tag here, right? I'll write any random thing like my value, my answer लिख देता हूँ. Okay, my answer, right? And now I'll also create another blank p tag and I'll name it id equals my p1, right? So basically in the next line I'll write document dot get element by id. Basically I want to print these values in my HTML page, so I'm just showing a method, I'm showing a way. Okay, and I'll write the id name which I want to change, like I want to print something inside this, so I'll write its name my p1, right? So as I told you, single inverted commas and double inverted commas don't matter much, but if you are using double inverted commas outside, like in the whole command, outside the command, then you have to use single inverted commas or backslash double inverted commas, whatever you want. I've explained this in previous videos. Okay, all right, now I'll write dot inner HTML and then person dot what's my myvar dot, and now I'll write first name. Okay, so basically I have, and now I'll write other things like myvar dot last name. Okay, and again, so don't get confused, I'm writing this in a new line, but as I told you, JavaScript ignores the new lines, so it will be, this whole command will be same. Okay, it will stay in the same line, but it will, right? So here I can also write, till now I've written this. Here I can also write my age. What's my age? So myvar dot age. So basically I will print Harshal space Jan space my age, that is 18. Okay, so this much is clear for you. Okay, now let me just check my program. I'll open this with live server. Yeah, so Harshal Jain and 18 is printed. So you can also add many more variables inside the object. Okay, myvar is an object, and here are some data members. Variables are the data members are the variables. Okay, don't get confused, they are the same, right? So this was the basic of objects. That's how you declare objects and print. So some of you have got an idea how we can print values in our HTML page. Okay, now I'm gonna tell you some simple things like a lot of you have a doubt that how to take input in JavaScript. That's the most awaited thing. So let me just comment this out, right? Let me just comment this out. And what will I do is I'll create a where my input, that's a sample name. Okay, you can take any name. I'm choosing my input. All right, so where my input, and here I'll write window dot prompt. All right, and inside this I'll write enter your name. Okay, that's simple. And now in the next line I'll copy this and print my name. Okay, you can also use console.log to print your name on console section, but I'm printing my name on the HTML tag. Okay, inside the HTML tag, that is p tag, inside my p1. Okay, so now here what will I write? I'll write my input. Simple. So let me just run it and then I'll explain this input part to you. Okay, I'll save it, and here first it's asking my name, so this time I'll put Viraj. Okay, so once I hit okay. All right, yeah, now we are getting Harshal. Okay, so here's a simple way how you can take inputs. I've written Harshal there and Harshal is printed here. So here's a way you can take inputs. And another useful way of inputs is you can take two numbers as an input and then you can print their sum. How? That's a really interesting question. So let me just comment this one out. Okay, let me just comment this one out, and I'll write where I'm creating two variables, where a equals window dot, what should I write? Prompt, and inside this I'll write enter first number. Simple, and then user will enter the first number. Now I'll create another number, another variable, window dot prompt enter second number, and here user will enter second number. Now I can just simply write, instead of my input I can write a plus b. Simple. So now what will happen? User will enter first number, then user will enter second number, and then their sum will be printed in the p tag my p1 inside this one. Okay, let me just save and I'll run it. Enter first number, let me just write 4. Enter second number, I'll write 6. It's actually not working properly, that's why I'm getting issues. It's not working properly. Okay, not a problem, guys. You all have understood the idea. Okay, we can do one more thing. Let me just, I think it's taking these two as a string, so let me just do one more thing, where my where equals a plus b. Let me just write this one, my sum. Okay, and now I'll print my sum. So my sum is equals to a plus b. I'll enter first number 5, I'll enter second number 6. Okay, 5 plus 6 is 11. So first number 5,
Second number 6. Yeah, it's not working properly. I don't know why, but here's some idea. You can print your sum like this. Okay, so that's how you can take inputs using prompts. And another way is like you can create forms, or there are some spaces where you write where you type some values inside a HTML page or website. Okay, where you type values and hit enter, then their sum is printed. So I'll tell you that in another video. Okay, let me just comment this out. And guys, one more thing, I suggest you all to use Mozilla Firefox because it's a really fast browser. I'm using Opera this much. For today I'm using Opera because it's really light, and my PC is heavily used, so this will interrupt stream. That's why I'm using Opera. Okay, so you all must use Mozilla Firefox or Chrome. Okay, so let's come back to our object. Okay, and one more thing, most people declare objects with const keyword, so it's a good practice. Like declaring a object with const keyword will obviously help us. Like in let keyword we can change values, but in const keyword we cannot change values. So basically what I'm trying to say is like I've created an object with let keyword. Okay, so let me just make it const. So what will happen, we can't really change the values of our object. Okay, these values will remain constant, so our data won't be changed by mistake. All right, so okay, one more thing, like I've created an object. MyVar is an object and it's declared with const. Not an issue, we can declare with var and let, but I'll prefer const and let. Anything you want, const or let. Okay, now what will I write is const my var1. okay, and here I'll write my var. So basically what does this do? Basically it will copy all the values of my var, that is Harshal, Jain and 18, to my var1. Okay, so let me just print it. Yeah, I've created my var1, and I created a copy of my var. So now if I access, or this time let me just use console.log. okay, I won't print the HTML now. I won't print this on the my p1 tag. I'll simply use console.log and I'll print those values there only because it's time consuming and I have to explain you everything. All right, what we can write is I can write my var1 dot name. All right, so basically I didn't give my var1 any data members or values like Harshal, Jain and 18. okay, so I've just copied the values of my var to my var1. So now what if I run, I must get Harshal if I print this. So let me just check here and inspect element and console. So what happened, we got undefined. Why we are getting undefined? Because we have created a const object. okay, const object, and also we can't create a copy of anything in JavaScript. So basically I was just testing you all. Like you all must be thinking there must be a copy of Harshal here, so it didn't happen, and this is basically not a drawback. It's really beneficial for us because you can't copy objects, you can't copy the values, so this can really save us from mistakes. So let's move forward, and now we'll discuss some properties, objects properties. So properties are the what can I say, I can say properties are values of JavaScript, okay, associated with JavaScript. And here I have written
myvar1.name. So basically what does that mean? This is the property, this is the data member. So that's how you can access the properties, by using a dot, or another way is by using a, so let me just comment this out because we can't create copies. And now let me just print myvar.name. So what does this show? What did I do here? Let me just copy this HTML. Okay, and now I'll write here. Now what we can do is I printed, let me just show you. Okay, save and open with live server. So I'm getting Harshal Jain, right? I've created an object, Harshal Jain, and 18 are its values, and I printed that on the p tag myp1, right? The values myvar1, myvar dot first name, myvar dot last name, and what's further. Okay, so I printed first name and last name, right? Another way you can write this is by simply putting square brackets and writing first name inside inverted commas. Another way is this, it will do the same. I'm not changing this one so that I can show you the difference. I mean, there is no difference. So I'm getting Harshal Jain still. Okay, so you can use anything. Basically this is used when your object has some space, etc., but just don't use this one. I'll suggest use dot first name, that's better. Okay, so we can use JavaScript in for loops. Okay, in loops we can use JavaScript, and we can use objects in JavaScript. In loops we can access our objects in loops. So what we can write is I've created a object. Okay, let me just comment the document part, and now what will I write? I'll write for let x in myvar. Okay, my sentence, I'm just writing my sentence equals my sentence plus what, myvar x, and then I'll give some space. Okay, and let me just end it. Here is an error, unexpected. Okay, accidentally this came here. We have to end our for loop here. What happened? We have to end our for loop here. Now it's ready. Okay, so now let me just print this one, control C, and I'll write here, comment this one out, and what can I write? I'll write my sentence, and I'll explain you what happened here. I'll explain you. Open with live server. Why are my values not printing? So I have to create a blank my sentence. I didn't create that, sorry, my bad. I have to create my sentence first. Let my sentence equals, and I've allotted it a blank string. Okay, and now we'll update its values. So let's save and check. So I'm getting Harshal Jain and 18. So what happened here is we have created an object. Okay, we have created an object, and now I've created a blank variable with string. Okay, blank string, and now I've created a for loop, and that's a random variable, let x in myvar. What it basically does is it first checks the first element. Okay, it first checks the first element. So x stores the first element, that is var dot first name. Okay, so x is now var dot first name, myvar dot first name, and then my sentence, that is currently blank now, plus my first name, that is Harshal, plus a blank. So basically now my sentence becomes, my sentence becomes Harshal and a space. Simple. Now again this loop ends and x will shift to the next value, that is myWhere.lastName. So for myWhere.lastName, new my sentence equals old my sentence, that is Harshal plus Harshal space और and उसके बाद plus last name, that is Jain, and again a space. So basically we'll get Jain this time, and again this loop will end, and now x jumps to age, that is myWhere.age, and so for age my sentence equals Harshal Jain space, and then myWhere has age, so my age is 18, and then again a blank space, so here I will get 18. So that's how this for loop runs, and then I printed basically this sentence will become a string and get stored inside this my sentence. Okay, and now I'll simply print this, show this in my HTML speed tag, that is my p1 here. So I'm getting Harshal Jain 18. All right, so this was a basic approach how you can create a sentence of objects you have created. Like I've created Harshal Jain 18 as a sentence of all the objects for all the values of objects I've created. And then, sorry guys for the background noise, there is some background noise here. Okay, so then I printed my sentence here in my HTML. All right, let's move forward. Now what if I want to add new properties to my object? Like we have added 3 properties, first name, last name, and age अपनी 18 डाल दी. Okay, now I want to add new properties, but not inside it. You can easily add new properties like roll num equals 30. That's simple. But what if I want to add it externally, like in the next line? So simply I'll write, let me just remove this roll number. Okay, let me just remove this roll number, and what will I write is myWhere dot roll num equals, what's my roll number? My roll number, I can choose 36. That's my roll number. So now again we will print our sentence, but this time when x is age, okay, when x is myWhere.age, then we will get 18 and a space, then this loop ends. But again we have another value here. Let me just show you. 36 will jump inside this one. Okay, 36 will, that is my roll number, myWhere.roll number will be inside this after you run this code. So when this happens, again x will become myWhere.roll number and 36 will be printed. Let me just show you this. Yeah, I'm getting 36 at the last. So here's a simple way how you can add new values. I didn't add any roll number here, I've added a roll number in the next line, so it basically merges with this one, it gets inserted inside this. Okay, so here's it. Let's move forward, and we can also delete an object. Like if I write, what if I write I want to delete the last name. Okay, I want to delete the last name. I just want to print Harshal 18 and then 36 will be printed. So what can I do? I'll write delete first name. No, I have to delete last name. Okay, myWhere dot last name. Okay, now I'll delete last name, that is Jain. So let us see what will I get. I'm getting Harshal 18 and 36 and Jain is deleted. So here's a way how you can delete any data member's value from this object. Okay, So here you can use delete function. Yes, you can use delete function, right? Delete keyword, we should say delete keyword, okay? And if you want to delete anything that I have deleted myvar.lastname, so you can write like this, and myvar.lastname will be deleted, okay? Now let's move forward. So delete keyword deletes both the value of property, like it not only deletes this gen, it also deletes the whole data member, like last name will also be deleted, so you can't re-access this one like again, you have to redeclare its value, okay? So this is for delete function. And okay, one more thing, like you can't delete any variable or function, okay? This is delete function is delete keyword is only for objects like this. You can't delete any individual variable. Simple, you can't delete this. I've created a let a equals 13. You can't delete this variable, got it? So delete keyword is only used for objects. All right, we can also create nested objects. How we can create this? Let's shift it to next line. Okay, now let's make a comma so that it will separate from age. Now I'll add a comma, and I'll write, what can I write? I'll write cars, okay? I'm creating a variable inside the object named cars, and here I can do nesting of objects, like I'm creating another data member inside this. So I'll write car1 equals Maruti Suzuki, okay? Car1 equals Maruti Suzuki, car2 equals Toyota, okay? So sorry, we should use comma here and comma here. And car3, what is car3? Let's write BMW, okay? So I'm very rich. I own all these 3 cars. I'm just kidding, okay? I don't own these cars. I've just written it for explaining purpose. So I've nested another object inside this. So how can we access these values? Like if I want to access car2, so what will I write? Let me just comment this out, okay? We won't use this now, and comment this out so roll number won't be printed, okay? So this is our plain object. Inside this we have done nesting. Now I want to print on car2, that is Toyota. No, let's choose BMW, okay? We are big people. So for BMW I can write here, let's write let my sentence equals myvar. Did I write myvar? Okay, myvar dot car, and inside car we have the suggestions, so I'll write, okay, sorry, and here we have suggestions, so I'll choose car3 because I want to print BMW. So what will happen is, first we'll get inside myvar, that is inside here, and then we'll get cars. I should write cars, okay? Then we'll get inside cars, okay? Then we will get car3, that is BMW. So this value will get stored here, BMW will get stored here, and now once I save it, I'm getting BMW here, okay? So here's how nesting works. You can play with it, do anything you want. All right, let's now we have discussed some important properties of objects, okay? So we can also create some functions, like what should I do? Let me just remove this, okay? I'm removing this car1, and now I am creating a function. So how can I create a function? For function we wrote function first, but inside objects we write function later afterwards. So what will I write? I'll write full name, and here I'll write function. Simple. Function is basically our keyword to declare functions, and full name is basically our variable name, which our function's name. Okay, and don't forget this colon sign. All right, this is a way you can declare functions, another way. And now I'll create these brackets, and I'll write return. What will I return? This dot first name. So you all must not be knowing about this keyword, so let me just tell you what is a get this keyword. And basically I'm making a function that will return Harshal space Jain. Okay, so again I'll write this dot last name. All right. So basically what I've done here, I've created a function. Functions you must have studied in the previous videos. I told you what is a function. Now inside the function I've used this keyword. So what does this do? This basically points my where. Okay, current object. Simple. This will point my object. So whenever I'm using this inside that object's function, it will basically point that object my where. Okay, so basically it means my where dot first name, and it means my where dot last name. Okay, simple. So let me just save it. And now what will I do? I will access my function. How can I access my function? I'll simply write, let me just remove this variable. I can also, why am I declare another variable? I don't know. I can simply write my where dot and the function's name. What's my function's name? I have written full name, and don't forget to add those circle brackets. Okay, now let me just show you what comes here. I'm getting Harshal Jain because I've called the function full name. So whenever I'll call the function full name, it will run and it will print values inside this, that is Harshal space Jain. You can add age also by using a space and this dot age. Okay, that's how you use functions inside an object. All right. Also, what if I have a string, like here I've created a function, right? So this will return Harshal space Jain. All right, now what will I do is, let me just comment this out. I'm gonna use this variable, and now I'll write my where dot full name. I've stored Harshal Jain inside this variable my sentence. What was I getting? I was getting Harshal Jain, but other letters are small. Okay, let me just show this again. Let me just write here my sentence. Simple. This time I stored value inside my sentence. I printed my sentence, not a big change. And what am I getting is Harshal Jain. This was clear. Okay, so here H is capital and other letters are small because I've declared, when I declared objects, I've written this Harshal like this way. But what if I want to get Harshal in all capital words and Jain in all capital words? What can I do? I can do one more thing here. I can simply write my sentence dot, and here are some different suggestions. So I want to convert it to uppercase. So here's what I get, to uppercase. So here's a suggestion. We can manually type, but VS Code gives us suggestion. And don't forget to add those circle brackets, and let me just save it. And now I'm getting Harshal Jain in full capital. So here's a way you can use, and you can use also other properties like to lowercase. So what will this do? It will print everything in lowercase. What happened? Edit to lowercase. Yeah, this one. Sorry. Yeah. So what will this do? It will print the sentence in lowercase. I'm getting Harshal Jain in lowercase. So that's a way. You can also access another things like font color, font size, etc, etc. Okay, so you can change this by yourself. Font color, let me just show you. Font color, what should I choose? I never ran this, but yeah, font color became red. So here's a way you can change your whatever you have stored inside a variable, and you can change its properties via this. Okay, you must explore other suggestions like font size, etc, etc. You guys explore everything. Okay, I can't explore everything in this video, else it would take ages for me, because there are many things to cover up. So let's move forward. Hi, hello everyone. Sorry, I'm not reading your comments because I was little busy in coding. All right, you know, whenever I code, I just get a nostalgia. Okay, so because I love coding, so let's move forward. Okay, what if let me just comment this function out, and what if I simply write, comment this out, and what if I simply write myWhere here? What will happen? I've created an object myWhere which stores these three values, and here's how it's ended. And now I simply printed myWhere inside rp tag having id myp1. Let me just save it, and I'm getting object. So yeah, so basically we get object and object. It's not it's basically JavaScript's drawback. You can't really print an object in this way, so you have to really use functions here. You have to use this function, you have to create this function, or you have to create get and set parameters. That I will cover now later. Okay, so now, and I've told you how you can print values in this way. How you can print values, you can't directly put this myWhere. You have to print values in this way, myWhere dot first name plus space myWhere dot second name last name. Okay, so don't use this, it will show object and object, not for use. You can do one more thing. Okay, we can't print these values, but we can do one thing, that we can convert an object to our array. How can we convert this? It's a simple way. You can write const and my array. I'm creating my array object, and what will I store? I'll write object dot. Here are some operations which I can do, but I want to convert, so I'll use values, and inside this I'll write my variable name, that is myWhere. Simple. So here's a way you can convert this into an array, and you can print the values of array like console. I hope this might work. My array with index 0. All right, so let me just run it. Inspect element, console, and I'm getting Harshal. Okay, so basically our object is converted to an array here. Okay, so what if I write myWhere 1? So I'll get Jain. I'm getting Jain. What if I write 2 here? Then I'll get 18. What if I write 3 here? Third, index 3 here. It's getting undefined because after my age we didn't declare anything, any other data member, so it's stopped here. And after this we are getting undefined for the third index. All right, that is zeroth index is Harshal, first index is Jain, and second index is age 18. Okay, and later on, it's after second we didn't declare anything, so we won't get anything for the index 3. All right, so here's a way you can convert your object into an array. Okay, we can do one more thing. We can also stringify, like convert our object into a string, right? Like let me just comment this out. And now what will I write is, let my string 123 equals, I've created a string, I've created a variable whose name is my string 123, any random name, and here I'll write JSON dot stringify, and here I'll write, what will I write, my person, myvar, sorry, the variable's name is myvar. So what we have done is we converted our object into a string, complete string. So let me just write here my string 123 and save. So yeah, our object is converted into a string and we are getting first name Harshal, last name Jain, and age is 18. So here's stringify method, right? Stringify function. And so guys, you all must be thinking, what is JSON? So JSON is basically JavaScript object notation. Okay, its full form is JavaScript object notation, and we call it JSON. It is a standard text-based format for representing structured data based on JavaScript object syntax. So that's what we are doing. We are creating an object. We are representing our structured data. That simple. We are representing our data into a structured way. That is, myvar is represented as a string. So that's how we use JSON, and it's just a tag name. Okay, JSON is just a given tag, not that HTML tag. I mean, JSON is something, but it's basically a way to structure data. Okay, you don't have to learn anything inside JSON. Basically, what we are doing is of JSON, that is object. Okay, so let's move forward. Should I comment this out? All right, now we did stringify. Okay, we can also, like what if I want to print date? What if I want to get today's date? So here I can do is I will name a variable inside my, you can really write outside it. I'm just showing a way how you can get today's date. So I'm creating a variable today's date. Okay, today's date, and then what can I write? I'll write new and date. So date came in my suggestion, and here we will get our date. So what will happen is, whenever I access today's date, we will get the new date. Let me just show you how. I'll write my var dot today's date. So let's see what we are getting. We are getting today's date, exact date. We can also stringify this, not an issue. Let me just stringify this. Okay, right, I'm using stringify. So what if I save this and run? So all of these values are printed here. First name Harshal, last name Jain, age 18, and today's date is 2021 and 27 is the date. Okay, so it's also printing time zone. So here's a way how you can print dates in your HTML document too. How can we do this? We can simply copy this one, copy, and let's comment this to out. Now what will I write? Document.getElement by id, and here I'll write myvar dot today's date. So basically now we will show the date in our HTML page. Simple. So here's a way you can show date in our HTML. You can show your date on the HTML page. So I'm covering HTML and CSS DOM simultaneously. Okay, you can also apply CSS. We'll discuss more about CSS. How can we change CSS in CSS DOM? Okay, and now we can go further. We have covered Stringify. Let me just show you one more application of Stringify. Stringify is basically like what if you declared an array, const my array equals, and you can declare an array 1 2 3 4 4 5. Okay, I've declared an array which contains elements 1 2 3 4 5, right? Now I want to stringify this, like represent this whole as a string. So what can I do? Simple, same things. Let me just copy this out because I'm a lazy lad. So copy, paste, comment out. And now what we are doing is I'm just stringifying my array. So I'll write my array inside this, and let me just print. So what have I done? I've used JSON.stringify, and inside this I've stringified my array. That is, this will be represented as a string. So let me just save it and inspect element and console. So I'm getting 1 2 3 4 5 as a string. All right. So here was another application of stringify. Now we will explore about the get function. Okay, so for this watching previous video is a must. Okay, so your basics concepts of objects. Basically till now we have covered objects, so basic concept of objects. What can I do is, in the previous class I've created an object. You know, I'm a very lazy person, so I'm using this previous object which I've declared in last video, and I'll paste it here. All right, so that's some time saving work. You all must do time saving. Okay, being lazy is good, but you have to save your time by being lazy too. Okay, so yeah, we have created a myware object in which we have given some data members: first name Harshal, last name Jain, and age 18. That's my details. Okay, and now what we can write? We can simply create a function inside this, which we have discussed in the previous video. So what function we can create now? If we want to create a get function, get, and here I will name my function. What should I name my function? Why is it showing a red underline? Okay, so I didn't give a comma, so let me just give a comma here. It's the same thing, you can give a comma here or here. JavaScript ignores next line, so it's not a problem. And now the error line is gone. That's the benefit of VS Code. You get all the errors before running your program or code, so that's a really good thing. It saves time again. Language, last name. Okay, so what I want to do is let me just print my full name. Okay, I'll show you what I'm doing. I think you might not understand this thing really right now. So here what I can write is I can create a variable. Okay, let var1 var underscore. Okay, let me just write var underscore full name. It's just a simple variable name. Don't get horrified or confused. That's a simple variable name. Okay, now what I want to write is myvar dot first name plus a space, and then again a space, and myvar dot myvar dot last name. All right, so yeah, so now what we can write is we can simply write return var underscore full name. That's a spelling mistake, so full name. Okay, so it is a simple variable which I've declared with let keyword, and you can really name this anything. I've named var underscore full name. It's up to you. Okay, so let me just save it, and then what I can write is let me just create a p tag here, blank p tag, and I can write my answer. So my answer is being displayed, the text is being displayed. I'll create another p tag and I'll give it an ID. What ID should I give? Obviously most of the times I write my p1. You can really write anything. Okay, that doesn't really matter, and I'll leave it blank. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna print my full name inside this by using my object. So what I can do is I'll write document dot get element by ID, that is it will find the ID which I'm gonna write inside these brackets. The ID name is my p1. All right, so I have targeted my p1. Guys, don't forget to end it with semicolon. Okay, and what's the error? Didn't I end my, okay, sorry guys, I have to end my object here, okay, before document. So move this. All right, we are clear now. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is dot inner HTML. This is what we do to change inner HTML, and I'm going to run my function. That is my function's name is myvar. My object's name is myvar, and now I'll write my function, that is get function, which I've created. So I'll write full name, and let me just save it, and now I'll show you this in live server. So don't forget to install live server. It is a very great extension. So yeah, I'm getting Harshal Jain here. What I have basically done is I've created a function where I've used get keyword, not function keyword. I've used get keyword. Okay, that's nothing new. Basically it's just a term. Okay, you can directly write function here, it's not a problem, but for some purpose we write get, and get is used to basically get something. Like here we are getting our full name, so we have created a function get full name, and inside this we have created a variable. You can, it's up to you, you have to create a variable or not, but at the end we are returning something. That is, this time we are returning combination of myvar dot first name and then some space and then myvar dot last name. So here's a combination of our objects members. All right, so there's some basic idea. And now I'll introduce you to the set keyword. Okay, set keyword, that is just now we learned about get keyword, that basically allows us to get something. That is, we got our full name printed. All right, now we want to set some values. Like now I'm gonna create a set function, that is a function which starts with set my age. Okay, now I'm gonna set my age something. Let me just make it blank. I've just created a blank where, let me just test this one. Okay, now I'm creating a set function. Inside this I'll write and curly brackets. Okay, circle brackets, then after that curly brackets, and inside curly brackets we will write that value which I want to set. Okay, now I'm gonna give some parameter. What should I name it? Basically I'm gonna write something like user age. Okay, that's some example variable name. Okay, you can write anything. Now I'm gonna use this variable name to change my age. So what can I do is age equals user age. Simple, as simple as that. And here we have to give a comma because it's inside the object, so we have to give a comma after every function and a data member. All right, inside the object. And also don't forget to give a comma if you want to declare another function here. So we have to separate this every function and data member with comma. So I've given comma after, literally after everything. And now I just now I removed the value of age. Okay, so I've created a blank age variable data member. Okay, and I've created a set function. Okay, so inside the set functions I've setted my age to user age. Okay, now I'm gonna show you what actually happens with this. Let me just comment this out. And I'm gonna create another get function. Okay, it's actually not different from a normal function keyword, but it's just a name. Okay, what should I write? Okay, I should write your, I'm just writing a random function's name. Okay, so your age. And what I can do is I don't require a get function here. So what can I do is simply I can print myWhere.age, not an issue. Let me just write here myWhere.age. What I want to do is after I end my object, I'll declare the age of my user. So myWhere.age. Please mind that I've ended our object here, and after that I'm writing the age. Okay, so here's the thing to be noted. Now I'll write my age 20. Okay, just for example, I'll write my age 20, but my current age is 18. Okay, don't get confused, it's just an example. All right, so let's see what happens here. Guys, I forgot to write one thing here, that is the this keyword, which I told you in previous videos. Basically this keyword points the current object. That is, if I write this dot age here, it basically means age of this object, age mentioned inside this object. So I mentioned age here, but I didn't give it values. So value I will give as user age, and user age is given inside this my age function. So let me just show you what happens here. What if I write my age and inside brackets I'll write 20? What happens now? Basically it's not working here, I don't know why. But what basically will happen is once the user adds his age inside this function, should I mention a blank string here? What say? It's not working. Koi baat nahi. It's some browser's issue, I think. It's not working. Not a problem, let's move forward. Okay, so so here was some basic idea of set function. Okay, you can set values like this. I'm sorry for some background noises. There is some dog barking outside. Okay, so now we will learn about constructors. All right, now we will learn about constructors. And here we have created our object here. Okay, so let me just comment this out. All right, now what I want to do is, okay, we can really create a constructor. If I just comment this out. Okay, if I just comment this out and we use set function here. Okay, what I can do is I'll write function and the name of our object function myWhere, and here inside this I'll write any variable's name. Okay, what's the issue here? Okay, I have to wipe this data. I have to declare this outside our function. All right, so what I'm gonna do is, let me just comment this out. Yeah, so below here, comment out. Okay, so now is the constructor starting. Okay, constructor is basically something which you want to add to your, basically it will add default values or any values inside your objects. So here's a way you can do it, like you can create objects and use constructors to add values inside them. Like for example, what I'm gonna do is I'm creating a function, okay, function keyword, and here I'll write, what was my variable's name? I'll write myvar. Okay, I'll write myvar. Inside this I'll simply write values like f name. These are some simple names. Okay, you can write anything, l name, and what can I write is age, first name, last name, and age. And notice that I haven't declared anything here. Okay, I haven't declared anything inside my object. I'm just creating a constructor which will add values automatically when we write anything inside the parameter while we output something. Let me just show you. First I'll create it. So what I can write is this dot first name equals, and now what we will write is f name, and again this dot last name equals l name, and this dot age equals, yeah, here I can write user age. Okay, so this will make a different variable name. It won't make a difference if I write first name here and automatically first name will be here. It won't make a difference. The program will automatically judge that object's first name value must be, the object's first name value will be changed. Okay, so let me just show you. Then I'll change first f name to first name. That won't make a difference. Okay, I'll write here user age. Basically in the last video I didn't show you why we use this keyword, so in a while I'll show you why we are using this keyword. Okay, so yeah, we have written our values, and now what can I do is I'm simply gonna create a const myvar equals, and then I'll write new. Actually, let's name this myvar1, and I'll write myvar. And what will I write inside this? I'll write some parameters like first name Viraj. Okay, so after this I'll write Jain. Okay, Jain, and then I'll write, what's my age? I'll write 18. All right, this much parameters were required here, so I've given these values. So basically what will happen, it will create a object myvar, and it will assign those values to myvar. Okay, so yeah, I'll write this, and then I'll display what, basically myvar1 object is created. Okay, basically an object like this is created, myvar1. Let me just show you by copying this. So basically a object like this will be created if I use this function. Okay, this one function. Okay, so let me just comment this out. This was just for example. All right, so and it is, by the way, that it will print Viraj here. Okay, Viraj. Okay, so these value will get stored inside myvar1. Okay, not myvar, inside myvar1. So myvar is just a indicator function that whatever you put inside this myvar, it will be stored inside myvar1. All right, so let me just show you what happened here. I'll print myvar1.age. All right, and 18 is printed. I printed myvar1.age and 18 is printed. So here's how you can create multiple objects, okay, till now we only made single kind of objects and there was no other way to create multiple objects, but now we have created a constructor and it allowed us to create multiple objects. So this is not the only use of constructor, you can write do other things like acha, now what if I write constructor my var2. okay, now I'm creating another variable, another object, and now what if I assign new values inside my var? What if I assign new values inside my var? Then what will happen? Basically, first we can write Harshal, okay, and then we can give it Jain, and then I'm gonna write my age, like I'm gonna write my age 30. okay, now what if I print my var2 inside the my p1 tag? okay, so what if I print my var2 dot age? What will happen? Now we are getting 30. So here's the simple way you can create multiple objects by creating a constructor like this and then adding making different type of variables objects like my var1 and my var2 and assigning different values. Like here I've assigned Viraj, Jain and 18, and here I've assigned Harshal, Jain and 30. So you can access anything like that by using my var2 dot age or my var1 dot age or anything after this. Like what if I write my var2 dot age full first name, then obviously we'll get Harshal, and if I write my var1 dot first name, then we must get Viraj. I'm getting Viraj. Okay, I hope this screen must be visible. I've zoomed it a little bit now. Okay, Sagar my var dot set age equals 20. okay, acha, I did some error before. all right. So here's constructor. Here's how we can use constructor, and it is considered good practice to name constructor functions with uppercase first letter. So what we did is we named it by lowercase. So it is a good practice, you have to name your constructor name by capital letter. okay, first letter must be capital. So let me just change it here, and again. All right, so here's how we name constructors, and let's move forward. Now I'm gonna show you why we use this keyword. Okay, but first tell me, what if I write first name and first name here? So basically, if I declare the same variable names here, these are dummy variable names, okay, so that we can give parameters inside this like them, but these are different variables that are stored inside our object. okay, that will be stored inside our object. So these two are different types of variable names. So basically we use this keyword so that this will point to that object. Like this is currently, if I am using it for my var1, so this keyword for my var1 is pointing to my var1 object. okay, and after that if I write dot first name, then it will update my var1's object. okay, object's value, that is my var1's first name, will become Viraj. Again, if I'm writing my var2 and function for my var2, then it will point, this keyword will point towards my var2. okay, the functions with this keyword will point towards my var2, and that first name will become Harshal. okay, my var2's first name will become Harshal. So here's a name, here's a thing, if you declare the same variables, last name, age, it won't change anything. okay, you can do this. Basically this is used so that the computer is not confused that these two variables are same or not. So they are not same. One is for declaring inserting values inside our object, and other is giving parameters. okay, so please use this keyword whenever you are using constructors and everything in OOPS. okay, so save, and Yeah, Viraj is still here. Okay, Viraj is still here because my var dot first name is Viraj. Okay, so acha, what if I add some property here? Now, what if I write my var one dot roll number? Okay, let's write roll number. roll num. Okay, num लिख देता हूँ. Okay, and here what can I write is write my roll number, that is 36 here. Okay, so now what will happen is if I write my var dot roll number, this we have discussed in previous video, but let me just show you what happens. If I write my var dot roll number, I'm getting 36. But what if I write my var 2 dot roll number? Okay, now what if I write my var 2 dot roll number? I'm getting undefined. That's undefined because we defined roll number data member only for my var 1. Okay, so here's how you can add new values, new data members to your declared objects. Like we have declared our objects and given values, then we have added 36 roll number to my var 1, and here's how we print. So it is my var 1 dot roll number, and I'm getting 36. Okay, now you can also do one more thing, like you can create a like what if you write what if you want to declare values, like I've declared roll num 36 inside this constructor. So let us check, like what if I write this dot roll num equals 45. Okay, and let me just remove this one. Okay, comment it out. And now what if I print my var 1 dot roll num inside the p tag of our HTML? Now what will I get? I'm getting 45. So if you want to declare some default values, like I wrote 45 here, so whenever I will print roll num my var 1 dot roll number, I'll get 45. Okay, now what if I change this? What if I wrote, like don't forget, I've declared this dot roll num 45 here. Okay, inside our constructor. So default value becomes 45. Like if user doesn't gives roll num value, then 45 will be printed. But now I've given value 36. So what will happen is instead of 45, I'm getting 36. So that's what I wanted to show you. Like now what if I write my var 2 dot roll number? So it's 45 because for my var 2 I haven't declared any new value. Like here I've declared 36. For my var 2 I didn't declare any new value. 45 is the default value, so it's printed. So here's a simple thing. This is what we call default constructor. Okay, that's a part of default constructor. If we didn't have these parameters, like what if I did something like, what if I created a default constructor? Like in other languages we created a default constructor. So I'm gonna create a blank function. I'm gonna write this roll number, this dot roll num here. So let's save and run. It's undefined because it's not like other languages. Okay, all right, so it's not like other languages. You have to declare these default values inside your only one constructor only. Okay, I remember that C++ has default constructor, parameterized constructor, and one more I forgot, copy constructor. So in JavaScript it's not the same. Okay, you have only one constructor. Like I've declared one constructor here, and in that constructor only I've given some parameters also, and I've given default values also. So it's a mix. Okay, parameterized constructor bhi hai and default values bhi hai. Okay, so yeah, this was much for constructors. What we can do is we can also add some functions inside this constructor. Like I'm creating a function. First time write full name, this dot full name equals function and brackets, and after that I'll give curly brackets. I don't know, I forgot every time how to pronounce this curly brackets and circle brackets, so please don't judge me with that. Okay, so now I'm gonna return what I want to return is full name. So I'll write this dot first name plus some space, and then I'll write this dot second name. All right, you must have got it. Second name nahi, sorry, last name rahega. That's simple. We have created a function inside our constructor. Okay, so now what if I do is I simply write here my by2 dot full name. Okay, all right, let me just save it, and what we'll see is Harshal Jain. So here's how when we can declare functions inside our constructor. All right, let's move forward. So there are also some built-in JavaScript constructors like string, number, boolean, object, array, function, date, which we are using. These are some built-in constructors. Okay, this obviously this function keyword is also a type of constructor, that's why we are using it, है ना? So it's something which you have compared till now. Now let's move forward. Acha, one more thing, like what should I do is okay, I want to explain you something. Like if I declare something like let a equals 8, I've declared a simple variable with value 8. Now what if I write let a equals new and number, and inside this I write 8. So both of them will do same thing. Okay, both of them will add value 8 inside a variable. Okay, so don't get confused, these are the same thing. New keyword is basically its purpose is to add some new values inside your variable or function, whatever you are using for new. Okay, and this number represents that you are writing a number. For strings I'll write string, in here I'll write Harshal, and here I will also write Harshal. So both of them mean the same. Okay, both of them mean the same. So here was some confusion which I have removed. All right, one more thing, I've declared this dot roll number 45 here. Okay, what if I do is what I want to do is what if I declare our function ends here. Okay, our constructor heads here. So what if I declare roll numbers value outside this, default value outside this. This is the default value of my var. All right, so what if I do this thing outside? So what will happen is if I print my var2 dot roll number, and let me just remove this. So previously we were getting 45 if when we declared inside this. Now I'm getting undefined. Why I'm getting the undefined? Because our constructor is not able to read this default value. So here's a prototype keyword. All right, prototype. So basically if you want to declare values outside your constructor, and default values, okay, mind me, default values, not the object's value like this is the default value. Like if user didn't give values like this, any value like this, then default value will run. Okay, so let me just save it. Now what we can get is 45. So that's the use of prototype keyword. Let's not go deep into it. I gave a simple explanation what was prototype keyword. All right, okay, we have discussed a lot till here, and now I'll tell you something about classes. Okay, till now we have discussed about objects. Okay, in previous video I told you that classes are something that if car is the class, then objects are XUV, sports, and sedan, etc. Okay, that's the difference. Or object is the collection of objects is called a class. So let me just make a new HTML file Why have I written day 6? Basically it's day 5. Sorry guys, my bad. I'm not aware of everything. Sorry. Okay, day 5 underscore 1. Here's another way to declare constructor. Now first we'll create a class. Okay, so for declaring a class we use the class keyword. So one more thing, this class keyword was introduced in ES6, that is in 2015. Okay, the previous 2015 versions there is no classes. So that's the benefit of this series. I'm gonna tell you most of the things which were introduced later. So sorry. What I'm gonna do is first I'll create a blank. Okay, now I'm gonna make a blank p tag, and then I'll write id equals any id like my b1. I've just written a random name, and then script tag inside this. Now we'll create our class. So class is declared by class keyword. All right, that's something. And then we'll write the class name. Class name can be anything. My class 123. All right, and yeah, that's simple. Okay, and we can really declare a constructor inside the class, like we can write constructor, and what we can write is name comma age. Okay, and it's similar to function. Okay, constructor keyword is similar to function. Now we are learning how we can declare for constructors inside a class. So now you all must be able to compare this with other programming languages like C++. In C++ we create classes and then declare constructor inside this and outside too, but so let's make it right. Let's write constructor.name equals name. I told you why we are using this keyword. All right, this dot age equals age. All right, what I'm gonna do is now I will create separate objects. So for that I'll write const student 1. Okay, some random name, and then I'll write new my class, that is the class name, and I'll simply give those parameters like Harshal, and age is 18. Okay, simple. Now let's end it, and I'm gonna paste this thing here. Okay, I'm gonna paste this thing here, and I'm gonna write student1 dot, what will I write is student1 dot name. Okay, because I've declared name here, so I can access name by student1 dot name. And what happened, bro? Okay, sorry, we have to open this file with live server. That was the previous one, so I'm getting Harshal here. All right, so again, what if I write age here? I'm getting 18. So here's how you can declare classes, and then you can declare multiple objects like this and give values, and that value will be stored inside this constructor, and you can access this by using that. Okay, let's move forward. So it was the okay, one more thing, constructor. This constructor is a special method. Okay, you can't change this name. Okay, if you want to declare a constructor, this inside the class, you have to write this constructor keyword. Okay, then write parameters, then assign values. Okay, simple. Now we can also declare functions inside a class, like what I can do is I can create another function here, and let me just, okay, I'm creating a function here. Okay, function, what function? I can directly write my my name. Okay, this time we don't need to declare, we don't need to write function keyword, sorry. And then I'll write my name. Let me just write here return name. All right, return name. And what if I want to access this function? I'll simply write my name and curly brackets. So what will I get is, it's not refreshing. What happened, bro? Something happened. It's not working. All right, not an issue. The time is about to okay, let my username is, let's check why isn't it running. Again, the browser is showing some error. I don't know why it's happening. So that's how you can declare function inside your class. Okay, so let me just comment this out and let's move forward. And now we will learn something about inheritance, like to create inheritance class. So I've created a constructor here. All right, I've created a constructor here. Okay, now I'm getting Harshal. Sorry, I wrote a class name instead of this keyword. So please guys, don't forget to use this keyword. Okay, now is how you can access your name or anything by making a function inside your class. All right, this was some basic idea. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a inheritance class, like I'm gonna write class, and what should I name it? I'll just write no name. Okay, no name 1 2 3, and then I'll write extends, and then I'll write what, my class 1 2 3. So basically what will happen is I can access all these properties and functions declared inside my class 1 2 3 via no name 1 2 3 class. Okay, so here's the way you can write, like if I want to access the properties of my class 1 2 3, I will write the class new class. Okay, then I'll write some random name, and then I'll write extends keyword. This will basically inherit the properties of my class 1 2 3 inside name no name 1 2 3. All right, sorry guys, I didn't had any name. Okay, so yeah, now you can add some more properties inside this, like I can really make a new constructor. What can I do is constructor. I've created a constructor, and then I'll write a name and age. Okay, and then I'll write what can I write is hair color, something random. Okay, hair color. And now name and age has already been declared in our parent class. Okay, name and age has already been declared. This constructor has already been declared. So I'll write super and name comma age. Okay, so basically super keyword will jump this name and age here. Okay, so basically it will take this property inside this super keyword. Okay, now I can write this dot hair color equals black. Okay, so basically I have added property this dot hair color black inside no name 1 2 3, but no name 1 2 3 also can access name and age via this super keyword. Okay, so what I can do is if I write, let me just comment this out, and what if I write const student 1 equals new, and the class name is no name 1 2 3. All right, and then I'll give some parameters. What parameters? I'll write Harshal, comma, age 18, and then I'll write hair color is black. Okay, sorry guys, I've declared black here. It's not black, it will be hair color variable. These values will be taken from here. Okay, so let me just show you dot hair color. So we are getting black. When I try to access the hair color of student 1, then student 1 is declared in no name 1 2 3 class, and the hair color is black. But how did we get name and age? Because we have declared name and age inside my class 1 2 3, right? We have declared name and age inside my class 1 2 3, but we did inheritance, like no name 1 2 3 gets the properties of my class 1 2 3, and we used extends keyword to do this thing, and then we created a simple constructor. That's a must to use constructor keyword, and inside this we have written super name and age. Super means that things which have already been declared inside our my class 1 2 3, we don't need to write again here. Okay, so I've written super name age, that will be taken from here. So basically you can access name and age properties of my class 1 2 3 via this. Okay, so not an issue. Let me just save it. And what if I write name? Okay, what if I write name? Let's save it. Now what will we get? Harshal. All right, so here's how you can use inheritance. Okay, now we'll learn something about static keyword. That's only remaining. Okay, that's the important part of our classes, and now we will learn about static keyword. So inside this class, all right, inside this my class 1 2 3, let me just comment out this inherited class, and inside this class my class 1 2 3, what if I write static keyword? I'll show you what's the use. Print something, just some random name. Okay, print something, and leave it blank, and it will return hello world. Okay, I've created a simple function using static keyword, so I'll show you why his static keyword used here. Now what if I want to access, let me just comment this out, and let me just remove this. So inside my class 1 2 3, we have made a static function. Okay, now what if I access this, like student 1 print something? What will happen is we are getting nothing, because we can't access static keywords like this. Okay, so this will really raise a error. Okay, because this keyword static keyword basically makes a non-object. Okay, it won't be object or parameter of our I'm saying parameter or the function of this class. Okay, that became a separate class. Guys, please don't get confused. I'm only making HTML files. Basically you can create separate JavaScript files and add your JavaScript to it, and you can link that JavaScript file to your HTML. But I'm doing this because it really becomes easy to check everything in one page. Okay, so that's why I'm doing this. So this is of, I think, previous video, and this was also a previous video. So let me just rename it. Okay, I forgot. So it was of day 5, and now currently we are in day 6. So I'm gonna create a new HTML file, day6.html. So let me just use my shortcut, that is exclamation mark, and hit enter. So guys, this is basically a very famous shortcut for printing HTML boilerplate. Okay, this is what we call it, a simple boilerplate. So let me just zoom it a little bit so it is visible. Please comment in the chat box, is this visible? Okay, are these text clear or not? All right, so now we will create our script tag, because all of the JavaScript is written inside the script tag. So let me just tell you what is DOM. DOM basically stands for Document Object Model. Okay, so basically when a web page is loaded, the browser creates a document object model. Okay, so it is constructed as a tree of objects. Basically, it contains all of these tags and decorations, everything which you put inside your HTML file. Okay, that comes inside the DOM, HTML DOM. Okay, so inside HTML DOM, basically all the tags and p tag, uh, HR tag, or h1 tag, h2 tag, all of those tags which you put inside your code. Okay, so those tags will be loaded, and that's a document of all tags you have used. So basically that's the simple definition. You don't have to dive it further. Okay, so I gave you a simple definition. Okay, so DOM is a World Wide Web consortium standard. Okay, the DOM defines what happened. Okay, the DOM defines a standard for accessing documents. Okay, that's what we do. We can change HTML as per our wish. So DOM provides that, and there are different types of DOM, that like HTML DOM, XML DOM for XML documents, and core DOM for all types of documents. All right. So what is HTML DOM? I told you it stores all the HTML objects. Once you load your web page, the tags and elements you use inside your HTML tag, HTML part, okay, this is our HTML part, will be loaded. All right, so let's move forward. This was a simple definition. Okay, it has no implementation or kind of such thing. Now I'll introduce you to the inner HTML method, which I have introduced you in previous videos. Like simply we will create a p tag here, and I'll write this we have done in previous videos. Okay, hello Viraj. Okay, that's my name. Okay, you can call me Viraj. And now I'll write I'll create a button. First I'll create a blank p tag, and I'll give it a ID. Okay, and what ID can I give? I'll give it my p1. All right, that's it. And now I want to write something in my p tag. So what did we do? Let me just create a button, and what can I write here is on click. That's the basic JavaScript function. That is, if I click this button, something will happen. So if I click this button, I'll run a function. Okay, so function I'll create in the script part. Now I'll just name my function. That is, what can I name it? Button is clicked. Sorry guys, if there is any background noise, please adjust this time. Okay, so I have written a function, button is clicked. You can really write any name, like I've written my button is clicked 1 2 3. Okay, that's some random name. That's all, not defined, not predefined. That's some random name. And here I can write click me. All right, so let me just show you what we are representing. I did open with live server, and here is hello Viraj, and in the next line it's click me. So for now this button won't work, but now we are going to add some JavaScript. So inside JavaScript we will add some I'll write document. So let me just create my function. Sorry. Okay, function, and I'll write the name of my function, button is clicked 1 2 3. So that's the beauty of our VS Code, that is we got automatic suggestions. So for people, lazy people like me, I don't like to write such big names again and again. So VS Code gives a good suggestion, and it really helps a lot. So I will create a function that whenever I call this function, something will happen. So what I want to do is I want to change the HTML of this p tag that has ID my p1. So what will I write? Document dot get element by ID. That is, we are targeting an ID. The ID is my p1. Okay, so after this, to change the HTML, we write dot inner HTML. Okay, dot inner HTML. To change the CSS, we wrote style. Okay, and after that we wrote dot any property you want to change, like dot color to change color. Okay, we'll discuss in CSS DOM. So here I'll write inner HTML equals hey there, it's me Harshal. Okay, all right. So let me just save this, and let me just save it, and let me just check my page. So once I click it, I'm getting hey there, it's me Harshal. So that's some implementation of HTML DOM. I can manipulate my HTML, change the elements and material inside my HTML by using HTML DOM. HTML DOM is basically nothing. You access the document part and then you write inner HTML and you change stuff. Okay, that's HTML DOM. Here's get element by ID. Okay, so you can also access you can also change anything with which has something class by class name. Okay, so let me just write something here, p, and now, and mind my words that your basics of HTML CSS must be clear. Okay, I'm not gonna tell you HTML and CSS basics because it will be really time consuming, and the series will be exceeded by a very much larger rate. So yeah, I'll name my class something like my class 1. Okay, just some random name. And what I can do is in the next line I'll write, I'm not removing this. Okay, it's it won't interfere. Okay, that's some separate thing. We are changing HTML of my p1 tag. Now I want to change the HTML of my class 1. Okay, so what I can do is I'll write document dot get element by ID, sorry, dot get element by class name, and the class name is my class 1. Okay, so I'm just showing you what happens if you write the class name. So let us write anything like you are awesome. Okay, just some random string, and let's see what happens. Nothing came here. Okay, so I just wanted to show you, please use ID only. Okay, make a unique ID for every task. Okay, you can make a unique ID. So let's move forward. So there are many things like here I've used document.getElement by ID. I don't know why this class is not working, but basically you can write your class name here and it will change the HTML with that class name. Okay, another thing is get element by tag name. So what I can do is document dot get element by ID, sorry, dot get element by tag name. Okay, and here I want to change all of my p tags now. Okay, so I'll write the tag name. Okay, so yeah, it will basically change all the tags. Okay, all the p tags. So it's of no use for us now. Okay, I'll tell you later, but this is the important thing, ID. Okay, you have to change the HTML by referring its ID only. Okay, don't use class or tag name. All right, so these were some basic things to change HTML. Another you can do is document.create element. Okay, but basically what it can do is you can create new HTML element. Okay, also you can do is document.remove child. It will remove the HTML element. Like if I write document.create element, inside the brackets I'll write p tag, so a new p tag will be created. Okay, and document.remove child brackets, inside that bracket I'll write that p tag and some ID whatever I want to give. It will remove that element. Okay, so we can also replace element, and for that I can write document.replace child, and also document.write. So this is a big list of document functions, which I think I should not discuss now because it's really a big list, and we don't have any use for this. Okay, but you can explore this by writing document HTML DOM functions, okay, and methods. Okay, you have to write, and then let's move forward. Yeah, till now we have covered the HTML. Okay, now I told you about DOM HTML. I changed the HTML using ID. You can change anything in HTML using that ID. Okay, you can also change the attributes. Okay, like if there is an image, what can I do is let me just download a sample image. Okay, let me just download a sample image. I'm so lazy, I didn't even write the full name, so if I wrote GFG, it came a collection of cars. Okay, so now I got GFG. Okay, so let me just choose this logo. Okay, this one, and I'm gonna save it where I'm saving it in my JSGFG folder where I'm writing all my stuff. And let me just write here something. Let's comment it. Okay, let's comment it. And now I'm gonna create a image tag here, image, and I'm gonna write its source. That is, I think this format is not readable. Let's check. Okay, I'm not sure about this. Yeah, it's reading. Okay, we are safe. Else we have to find another image. Okay, so what I can do is also I require another image because I want to convert that image. Okay, let's choose this one. So what I want to do is comment it, and now what can I do is let me just give it a ID class, my image. Okay, my image 1. Okay, now I'll write document dot get element by ID. Sorry, it's an ID. Okay, don't write class, we are learning via ID. Okay, so inside this ID I'll write my image 1. Okay, now what I want to change is I want to change that black image into the image which we downloaded later. So now here I can write is download dot JFIF because it's in JFIF format. Okay, so here's the name of our file. Now let me just check what happens here. So once I click this button, the image changes. So that's a way how you can change the images or video. Like similar, you can change the videos. What I did is I just gave that black image here, and I named this image element by ID my image 1. Okay, next what I did is document.get element by ID. I mentioned that ID, and now I want to change the source. Okay, I want to change the path of anything, of image, video, etc. So I'll write .src because it will target the src source like location mentioned inside the image 1 tag, my image 1 tag. So src is here, src is here, and this previous src will be changed into this. So every time you click this button, it will change. Simple. All right. So here's the way how you can change elements. Acha, we can do one more thing is let's comment this out, and let's bring this back. Let's bring this one back. Okay, all right. So what happened here is comment this one. Okay, so now we have a blank my p1 tag. All right, and we have a button, and then we want to change the HTML. Like what if I want to display the current date? So I can write is what I can write is today's date is, and then I'll write the date. So not that date. I'll use the date function. Basically date function is predefined, and basically it writes the exact date, current date, time, and time zone. Okay, so let me just save it and run. I'm getting today's date is, and then Monday, November 29 2021. Okay, so here's the time, and that's the time zone. All right, so let us create a variable x. Okay, we have commented everything out inside the function, so let us create a variable x where I can write like some random variable. Okay, let x equals, okay, we have created a simple variable. I'm telling this for class name, so document dot get element by class name. All right, and then I'll write anything, basically I'll write the class name. So what's my class name? What was my class name? So let's comment this out, and my class 1 was my class name. Okay, my class 1 was my class name here, so I'll write my class 1. Okay, so I've targeted my class 1, and now I'll just close this one. I'll close this one. Now what will I do is document dot get element by id, and here I can let me just comment this out, right? Let me just comment this out, and now I'll mention that id. What id? My p1, my p1. Okay, and now we'll write dot inner html. Inner html equals answer. Okay, that's some random string, and then I'll write plus x dot 0, I mean x brackets 0 dot inner html. Okay, so let's see what happens here. Sorry, I forgot to mention something inside this answer. I'll write some random string. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. I've written randomly 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 inside the p tag with class my class 1. Okay, so simple. Once I click this, so all of that data mentioned inside that class will be copied and pasted inside this one. So yeah, that's what Saransh just now mentioned, that we use class name with arrays. So this is an array. Okay, x became an array once I mentioned this, so that's how I can change it. All right, so acha, what if I want to change the inner HTML of that class? That's one more question. So I can do, what I can do is, let me just comment this out, and what I can do is, so since x became an array, so we want to change the 0th index. Okay, it once I write this everything inside the array inside x, so it became an array, and everything stored inside is stored inside the 0th index. Now I'll write dot inner HTML equals, now what will I write is HTML of class is changed. All right, let's see what happens here. HTML of class is changed. So that's how you can change your HTML via class name. All right, got it? All your doubts now must be clear. Okay, so thanks Saransh for mentioning this. It really I forgot to mention this, that a class name like get element by class name was actually for arrays. So thanks a lot. So now guys, you all must have created some forms. Okay, some form using form tag in HTML. All right, so have you observed, like if someone leaves anything empty, like you want name, surname or Gmail ID. And if someone leaves Gmail ID part, like if I told you to fill that form and you forgot to write your email ID, okay, and then you click submit, so there is always an error that please fill all your details or please fill that email ID. Yeah, so now we are going to learn that. So by name you must have got an idea, like it validates your form, details inside your form must be complete. Okay, so let's comment this. Okay, let me just create another file. Okay, it's really becoming a mess. So 6 and 1 dot html. All right, now what I can write is, yeah, this is it, and then I'll write script, and then inside this I'm gonna create a simple function, and I'll write field required for form. That's some random name, okay? Field required for form, because it really relates if you miss something while filling the form. And now I'm what I want to write. Basically, if a user leaves any part of the form empty, then I'll pass false. Okay, I'll pass false inside this, and if user fills everything, I'll pass true. So that's how we can use it. So I'm going to show you now how can you write it. So let's create the function. Let me just create a form first. Okay, this will give you a better idea. And basically you all must have a doubt like what this action do. Basically you mention your your PHP source here or file here. Okay, so the information gets stored inside your PHP. So PHP for data is for database. Okay, you can store or pass away your data via PHP. So that's some different lecture, different topic, not in JavaScript. So I am using on submit, and then I'll write return field required. अरे यार कॉपी कर लेते हैं. ओके, कॉपी कर लेते हैं. सो इसको कॉपी कर लिया. Why am I writing return here? I can just simply write here. Okay, once someone clicks the submit button, then the form this function starts running. All right, so let me just write something inside our form tag. So what I can write is name. I can give name. Okay, all right. So inside this I want to ask users name in the form. Yeah, there's a name field here. Let me just show you what basically it does. I'll open with live server. So a name came here. All right, we didn't do anything. Now we are gonna write input because we want to input the name of our user. So I'll write input tag and text, and inside this I'll write type equals text. Okay, sorry, I'm more into JavaScript, so I forgot some part of HTML. So yeah, type equals text because we are writing text, and name is in text, and numbers are in numeric. So here type is text, and for email you write email, etc. Yes, all of these stuff is mentioned in HTML. All right, so in type equals text we will give a random name, first name. All right, first name, and I will close this tag, that's input tag, and it's closed. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm creating a simple submit button. Type is submit for submit button, and I'll give it value submit so that our action will start working if I give this submit button these parameters. So I'll write submit here. I don't know why it became small, but submit. Okay, all right, this is a simple form which we have created. Now what we can do is, okay, so I want to write something inside my field required for form function. So what I'm gonna do is I'm creating a let x equals, and then I'll write document dot form forms, okay, and then I'll write, what I can write is the name which we have given to our form. So the name which I can give is name equals my form, okay, some random name, you can write any name, and I'll write my form, okay. Inside this I want to mention that field which is required. So yeah, the name of that field is first name, okay. I've written first name, okay, so let me just make it first name inside brackets. All right, this much is clear. We have to mention that thing which I want to make. So now we will get the value which is stored inside, which is submitted, which is given as input inside our first name, okay. So then what I can do is I can write if x equals blank, like if someone leaves the f name part, first name part, okay, this, if someone leaves it that sorry, so if someone leaves this part, then I'm gonna write a if statement, like this part has read the content inside the name, okay. So if this content is empty, if x is empty, then I'll pass some statement. That statement is alert. I'll use alert, okay. So a pop-up will come, field was empty. I can write is name field was empty, okay. Name field was empty. All right. So yeah, now I'm gonna return false, okay. So now what we can do is let me just check, control s, and let me just check. So I didn't write anything, and I will write submit. So name field was empty. And what if I write something like sj submit? So it accepted. So yeah, what if I didn't write anything? It's showing name field was empty. So that's form validation. You can use form validation to actually make your forms fields like you can give an alert whenever user submits the field and leaves it empty. So here's a way I declared. You can also do it for numeric values, okay. Acha, what if I write some numeric values, like what if I write 1 2 3, it took. So that's not an issue. You can write 1 2 3 as your name or anything as your name, but so yeah, that's how you can validate your form. And let's move forward. So there are also some more functions which you can access, like disabled max min, pattern required type, yeah, disabled invalid, optional required valid, but that's for no use right now. Now I'll tell you some CSS part, like how can you change the CSS. So for CSS you have to simply write, let me just create a new file. I'll write day6 underscore 2.html. All right, and then boilerplate, and then p tag, and I'll write hello world, okay. I'll give it an id equals my p1, and then I'll write script. Inside script I'll write document dot get element by id. Inside this I'll write the name of my tag, my p1, which I want to change. Now what I want to change, I want to change the CSS Okay, so I'll write style and then I'll put a dot, and here are some suggestions. All of these things can be changed. Okay, background color, background styling, display section. Okay, so what I can do is like let me just show you. I'll write display equals flex. So let me just create some CSS. I'll write style, and what I can do is dot hash my p1. I want to change the part of my p1, so I'll write display. Okay, I'm writing display equals none, so first it won't be displayed. And let me just create a button here, button, and on. You can really do other things like on double click, on click, on hover. Like if you hover over this button, then something will change your HTML CSS. You can change this, you can call a function. So here are something which you can do by yourself. Okay, currently I'm using on click. Inside on click, I'll call a function. Function is my function 123. Okay, so just some random name and then brackets, and then I'll put it inside my function. So function, my function 123, and then brackets, and then curly brackets, v function. Okay, so yeah, now it is correct. So basically what will happen is once I click this button, okay, let me just show you. Open with live server. So here's a blank HTML and I'm only getting a button. Okay, so I didn't write anything inside my button, so let me just write it. Don't click here at any cost. Okay, so yeah, so here's a blank button. So once I click this button, I'm getting hello world. So what happened is, well, at first I created a basic p tag in which I have written hello world, and then I gave its display none. Okay, I wrote its display as none. So its display is none, it means it won't be displayed. So first we won't get hello world. Now once I click this button, this function is called, and then inside the functions I mentioned that its display, change its display to flex. What I can also do is I can do other things like let me just copy and paste, and now what I can write is I want to change the color also. So color and color red. Okay, now let me just make a new ID. Okay, let me just target a new ID, my p2 hello gfg. All right, let's save it and let's check what happened. Change my p2 here. Okay, so there's we can also do one thing, like we can create one function and change multiple things. Like I'm changing in my p1 and I'm changing in my p2, so I'm changing multiple IDs via this one function. So if I click this, hello gfg became red and hello world printed. So that's what we did here. Hello gfg will become red, its display is by default flex. Okay, but for my p1, that is hello world, we set it by default, we set it none. Okay, so let's move forward. Okay, I told you something about this is an event. Okay, on click is an event. Okay, this is what we call an event. Like in an event, basically some reaction happens. Like screen में जो भी हो रहा है, like if you're clicking something or hovering something, that's an event, that's happening, something is happening. So if I write on, and here are some options. Okay, like there is some key down, like if you press a key, then press a key on your keyboard, then it will work. And for hover, I'll write on mouse over. Okay, let's save and let me check. For mouse over, like in mouse over, basically you just have to hover over this element. I just hovered this element. Let me just reload. I didn't click this, I just hovered over this, and hello gfg became red and hello world gets display as flex. Okay, so you can also explore this events too. These are some kinds of events. I can also write on mouse, and you can write different things like okay, so let me just write on there are different things. Okay, so on double click, let me just write double click. So what will happen is on single click nothing happens, but in double click, okay, got it, in double click this event will run and my function 123 will be executed. So there are many events, but I told you some basic one which are required most, okay, which I use the most. And there's also one that on key press. Let's save, let me just check. So is there another one? I'm confused. On key down. Okay, so I don't know why is it happening, but if I click this and I hit enter, then hello GFG is printed, became red and hello world is printed. So here's how you can use on key down. Okay, if you want to click something and then press some button, so here's how you can use on key down. Now let's see something else, something interesting. So what I can do is, so I'll tell you about BOM. BOM is basically not that BOM is browser object model. It basically allows your JavaScript to talk to browser. Okay, so let me just do something. Let me just create another day 6 underscore BOM dot HTML. All right, inside this, yeah, and then script tag, and then I'll write something like I'll create an blank p tag and I'll give it an id equals my p1. All right, so let me just write something here. Document dot get element by id, and then I'll write my id name, that is my p1, and then what I can do is I'll write dot inner HTML, and then I'll write equals, and then I'll write browser inner window width plus window dot inner width plus browser inner window height, and now I can write, let me just shift to new line. Okay, now I will write window dot inner height. All right, that's simple, and then I'll just end it and let's see what happens here. Okay, let's open with, so yeah, I'm getting browser inner window width is 598, browser inner window height is 289. So what if I just make it small and let's reload? So width and height changes, so basically it represents the width and height of the current window. Okay, so this is basically, that's BOM. Okay, browser object model. That's how you can manipulate or communicate with your browser. Okay, that's how JavaScript communicates with your browser. So that was some basic part, and you can do other things like window.open, window.close. Okay, so what will happen is if you write window.close, it will close the current window. So let me just create a button here. You can also write a screen.width, like let me just comment it out, and what I can write here is, let's copy this. Now what I can do, I'll write screen width plus screen dot width. All right, let's save and check. So yeah, I'm getting screen key width is 1536. That is my full screen width, my laptop screen width. Okay, let me just make it small and reload. Nothing happened because the screen's width will stay the same. Previously we changed the windows width, so windows width is dependent on this size. Okay, but screen width is always will always remain same. Okay, you can't just compact or make your laptop screen smaller. Okay, so that's how screen width works. You can find your screen width, and that's how inspect element works. Like it inspects the screen width. Okay, your laptop or mobile screen width. That's how it works. You can also use screen.height. You can get the height, and we can do one more thing. We can print the name of our website, like a domain which we are visiting. So what I can do is I'm gonna write window dot location dot hostname. So basically it will print the host name of our website. So let's check what happens. So I'm getting 127001. That is this host name. So if your domain host name is www.google.com, yeah, www.gfg, that is this one. So you'll get that domain name. Okay, you'll get that domain name printed here if that's your domain name. Okay, if you have bought it and wrote your code inside that. So that's our host name or domain name, whatever you call. Okay, so let's move forward. You can also print the protocol part, like what's our protocol. Let's check what's our protocol. It's HTTP protocol. So you got it. What is the protocol? HTTP or HTTPS. Okay, so just remember one thing, that HTTPS is secure. That is, all the secure websites has that HTTPS at the last. Okay, so our website is not secure, so we didn't get any S, that is certificate. So yeah, whenever you create a website, please make it secure, use HTTPS, like get that certificate. Okay, so let's move forward. Now we will learn something about history. Okay, history, like a previous window which we have opened. So what I can do is I'll just copy this and paste it here. Okay, comment this out, and now I'll access my history. Okay, so what I can do is I'll create a function here. Cut it, function go back button. Okay, so basically where is it used? It's used like I open something. Okay, here's it is used. Okay, like this is some GFG page. Like if I click this, no, it's not working here. If I click this and if I hit this, then I came back to the previous page. So there's it is used. Now what I can do is I've created a go back button, and then inside this function, sorry, I've created a go back function. Inside this function, I'll write window dot history dot back. All right, okay, got it. Now what I can do is let me just save it, and I'll create, okay, I forgot to create a button. So I just name my button on click go back button and brackets. Okay, brackets, and then inside this I'll write for go back. Okay, just some random name, and then let me just check. So here is a button for go back. So basically it's not working because we didn't explore any further. Okay, we don't have any history part of our window. So that's how you can access, you can implement these two buttons, that is move back or move forward. So another button, another type of button is history forward. That is now if I click this, I'll move towards our forward page, like we have clicked, which we have moved towards backwards. For backwards I click this, for forward I click this. Okay, so here's how it is implemented. For forward I'll simply write forward here. Okay, don't mind I wrote a go back here, go back button. So for forward you can write dot forward. Okay, that's it. So it won't work now because our page, our document has no any further pages or like multiple pages like GFG is, and we are shifting at multiple pages. So our browser doesn't have our web page is not made like that. Okay, that's for some well made multiple pages of our web page, of this web page. And you can implement this. Okay, you can implement this if you have a multiple page or web page. Like this is for multiple pages, and if I click this and I want to go back, then I'll click this button. So that's how. And so that's history part. Okay guys, I'm writing all my JavaScript inside HTML file, because inside .html file, because it will be really easy for me to explain you within that HTML, because I'm using HTML2. Okay, so I suggest you that your basics of HTML and CSS must be clear. So please learn HTML and CSS, then you might be able to understand this course much better. Okay, so let's create another file, day 7. I'm just writing another name. Okay, day 7. All right, so let me just zoom this a little bit, and I'll use my shortcut, that is exclamation mark and enter. So here's how we can get our HTML boilerplate. Okay, so please tell me in the live chat that is this text visible. Okay, please tell me. All right, so let's move forward. Now I'll tell you about navigator. So navigator basically has, like if you are using Mozilla, so navigator will tell what browser you are using. Okay, it will tell you the app name, app code name, and platform which you are using. So let me tell you this by example. Like if you want to find, it's just some additional topic of BOM. Okay, if we don't do this, it will be okay, but let me just show you. That's the remaining topic of BOM. So what if I write a blank p tag, and I'll give it an ID equals my p1. That's the basic of HTML. All right, and now I'm gonna create a script tag, because we are gonna write our JavaScript inside this script tag. So inside the script tag, I'll write document dot get element by ID, and I'll write my ID, that is my p1. All right, then I'm gonna write dot inner HTML, because I want to change the HTML, and I want to print. I'll write cookie enabled, and I'll put a question mark here and some space, and then I'll write plus navigator dot cookie enabled. All right, so what are cookies? Cookies are not that which you eat. That's basically like if you use any social media platform, then you might have observed that it remembers your ID and password. So that's cookie. Okay, so let me just run this one. Open with live server. Yeah, it's returning true. That means our cookie is enabled. That means each information is going to be saved if we use cookies. And in a few minutes I'm going to show you how you can use cookies. Okay, don't worry about that. Yeah, so let's move forward. And you can also find, as I told you, you can also find the browser's application name. Let me just comment this out, and now I'm gonna write navigator dot. Now I got some suggestions, so you can explore them. That is geolocation, do not track, and some very really awesome things. So you can explore them, but I want to use now app name. Okay, so what's my app name? It's Netscape. Okay, so basically I'm using Opera browser, so it's the application name for Internet Explorer and Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and Opera. So that's why we are getting Netscape. Okay, so let's move forward, and I'm gonna write app code name. Okay, CODE, and let's save and check. I'm getting Mozilla. So Mozilla is the application code name for Chrome, Internet Explorer, Safari, and Opera. Okay, so also for Firefox, obviously. Okay, so let's move forward. And I can also find my browser engine. Like what if I write navigator, I've written navigator dot product. Okay, let's save and check. So it's showing like it's showing GEC chaos. So I don't know what is this. Okay, so that's something we it's of no use, but I'm telling you why. I don't know why, but it's just I want to cover all the topics. So yeah, and we can also find the app version of your browser. Like what if I write app version? Yeah, let's save and check. So we are getting the app version. All right, like it returns the information about the browser, like what browser you are using, and it's showing Opera. All right, so that's how you can find your app browser's version using JavaScript. And you can also write a platform. Let's save and check. It's showing Windows 32. Okay, so it's running on Windows 32 platform. Basically it shows which operating system are you using. So I'm using Windows. I have a 64-bit operating system, but it's showing Win32. That means I'm using Windows. Okay, so that's why I'm getting Win32. All right, so I can also use language, and it's showing English US. Okay, that's how you can find the language. Okay, so this was much for navigator. All right, that was some basics, and you can explore them later on. Okay, now let's explore something about alert. So inside alert, what I'm gonna get is like I told you in the previous videos, like let me just comment this out, this too. All right, so I can write let me just create here a button. All right, then I'll write on click equals my function. Okay, just some random name, and then I'm gonna create a function. That's how it will be called here. So I'll create a function, and name is my function. Inside brackets, I'm gonna write alert. That's what we discussed in previous video. Okay, this was discussed in previous videos. This is a very very big warning. All right, so let's save and check. I'm getting this is a very big warning. Once I click this button, I'm getting this is a very big warning. Whenever you will click this button, you'll get this alert box. Okay, so should I name this button? Don't click me. All right, so this was covered in previous videos. If you have been watching this series, then you will know this. And also we can create a confirm box. Let me just show you. What I'm gonna do is let me just comment this alert one out, and now I'll show you what is confirm. So what if I write sorry guys, window dot confirm, this is a confirmation. Let's save and check. It's saying this is a confirmation. So it's similar to alert box, but basically we can do some tasks. Like let me just show you. What I can do is let's comment this out. Basically if I press OK, then I'll let the browser to do some task. So what I can do is I can create a sample variable. Okay, var a. All right, now I'm gonna write if else statements, which I have discussed. So that's, I think, some implementation of if else. You can really use if else anything with anything and anywhere. Confirmation. All right, I've written basically I've written just confirm. Okay, if you write window.confirm, it will do the same task. If you just write confirm, then it will do the same task. Okay, it will be like by default, so don't get confused. I've written confirm here only. And then what I can do is a equals yes. Okay, and then I'll use the else statement. What I can write is else a equals no. So now I'll show you how we are going to apply this. So let's check. Now what I can do is I'll write document dot get element by id, and then I'll write the id name, that is my p1. Now I want to print the text. So I want to print the text inside a. Okay, so what I can do is dot inner html equals a. So let's see what happens now. Like if I click this button, I'll get this, and if I press OK, I'll get yes. If I click this button, if I press cancel, I'm getting no. So what happened here is whenever I click this button, my function will be called, and then inside my function I've declared a variable a, where a let's make it let. Okay, else some people will argue about this, so let's make it let. Not an issue. Now what I did was if confirm, like a window.confirm pop-up will open, and if I click OK, this simply means if someone presses OK, then it becomes true, then a will be yes. Else if someone presses cancel, then a will be no. So if a is yes, yes is printed. Like if I click OK, yes is printed. If I click cancel, then no is printed. So that's how you can do something. You can make your browser do something. Okay, I'll show you again. Okay, yes. If I click this again, cancel, no. Simple. That's really simple, I think. So yeah, that's how you can use pop-up boxes. All right. Okay, I also told you something about window.prompt. So let's see what happens if I use window prompt. Basically, what does window.prompt do? If you want to input something, okay, so you can use window.prompt. Also I think it's really old, like nobody wants a pop-up like we get like alert and I'll enter some value there and then something happens. Basically I want something like I write anything in my web page, like in the HTML, and I'll get some results. But for now I'm using window.prompt. Okay, that's some basic part of taking inputs in JavaScript. So let byware equals, I can write prompt or window.prompt, it will mean the same. Okay, so I'm writing just prompt, and then inside this I'll write please enter your name. Okay, simple. So what I'm gonna get is, let's save and check. So if I click this button, I'll get a prompt. So now nothing will happen. If I write anything, nothing will happen, but I'll do something now. What I can do is I'll take that input. Now what I'm gonna do is let a, I'm gonna declare a, and then if my var equals null, like if the prompt opens and the user enters nothing, then and what can also be done is where are those signs? Okay, these are or signs, okay, which we have discussed. These are or signs, or my var equals blank space. Okay, if someone gives blank space, then also I'll let something to happen. You didn't enter your name. Okay, and I can also, what I can also do is else. So basically what I'm showing you now is going to be applied in our next projects. Like in the next 3 videos we are going to do some projects. So what I can do is else a equals your name is, and then some plus sign, and then I'll write my where. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is let me just copy this and paste it again here, comment this out. So what will happen is, like a prompt will open and I'll enter something. So if I didn't enter anything, or I just gave some spaces, then a will be equal to you didn't enter your name. If I wrote something like I wrote my name as Viraj, so my where equals Viraj, and then your name is Viraj is stored inside a, so then a will be printed. So let's see. If I click this button, I'll write Viraj, your name is Viraj, and let's see. I'll give some spaces, I'll leave it blank, you didn't enter your name. Okay, so that's how I can use this. If I give some spaces, then it won't run. Okay, then it won't work, it will take those spaces as your name. Okay, so let's move forward. Now I'm gonna tell you about timing. Like I can set timeouts. So like if I want to do something in next 3 seconds after opening this browser, is this web page. So what I can do is, let me just comment this out, and then I'll write here something. I'll write inside on click, I'll write set timeout, and then I'll write the function which I want to run after 3 seconds, and then I'll write the time, that is 3 seconds. So you have to write your time in milliseconds. So 3 seconds is 3000 milliseconds. Okay, so let's just close this one and save. Okay, so what will happen now is I will write something here. Hey there, this is me, Viraj. Alright, so let's save and run. Don't click me. So yeah, after 3 seconds I'm getting hey there, this is me, Viraj. Once I click this button, then after 3 seconds my function will be called. So that's how we use set timeout. Okay, what if I write 10 seconds? For 10 seconds I'll write 10,000. Okay, let's save and check. I'll click this button, and then we'll wait for 10 seconds. All right, okay, so 10 seconds are over and I got hey there, this is me, Viraj. So that was something about timing. Okay, now we'll learn something about cookies. So as I told you, cookies are data which is stored in your browser, like your username or your password, saved items. Okay, so let's check what are cookies. Like if I want to save a cookie, so what I can do is let's make a new file because it's a mess now. So day 7 underscore cookies dot html. All right, so let's see what happens here. Let's create a script. So what I can do is, if I want to save something, so I'll save it cookie equals username equals Viraj. All right, okay, I forgot, please don't give spaces, else it will confuse your browser. All right, then I'll write expires equals, what's today's date, let's check. Okay, so it's Wednesday, so we can write Saturday because we have to declare the expiry date. All right, and then I have to write the time. So what I can write here is the time format. First I have to write the date. So what's the date? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 2 3 4 4 December 2021 okay रात के 12 बजे okay and then UTC time zone, any time zone which you want, and that's how you can save your cookie. Okay, just some random date. I've written some random date, and what I can do here is I can save all the details inside document.cookie, and whenever I open my web page, then my old values will be printed by default. Okay, will be shown by default. Like we open in Facebook, we get our username and password if we have opened that page before. So that's how you can use document.cookie. We won't dive into it more further. So let's see something about JSON. So what is JSON? JSON is basically JavaScript object notation. Okay, that's the full form. It's nothing like if you want to store a data like a name, age, gender, or anything, roll number, anything. So you can store that as a single string. So let me just show you. We'll create another HTML file, day7 underscore json.html. So now I'll write script. Inside script I'll write my JSON, I'll write something. So let's see. There are two types of things which we can do with JSON. Like if we have an object, name, roll number, class, etc. If we have an object which stores these values, these variables, and we can convert that object into a string by using stringify, and we can convert that object into an object. Like if we have converted an object into a string, then we can reconvert that string into object using parse. So let me just show you what happens here. So why we convert it into string? Basically, if you want to store some data, we have to store it in form of string. Okay, so that's why we use stringify. So in previous videos I told you how you can declare an object. Like if I write const obj1, that's some random name for my object, and then inside curly brackets I'll write name is what, Harshal. All right, and then what I'll write is age, that is 18. Okay, this much data is enough. You can add more data. All right, now I can write is document dot get element by id, and now I'll write the id. I'll create a my p1. Okay, I didn't wrote inside the p tag, so I'll write it my p1 dot inner html, and then I'll write obj1 dot name. All right, let's save and check. All right, we have to create a p tag, and here I have to give id. What's my id? My p1. So I'm gonna store my name inside this p tag. Let's save and check. Okay, so I have to open open with live server. So we are getting Harshal. That's how we create objects. Okay, so that's some basic thing which I told you in previous videos. I can also modify things like what if I write obj1 dot name equals Viraj. So let's see what we are getting now. We are getting Viraj. Harshal is updated to Viraj. Okay, so that in the previous video we covered something about objects. So this everything comes under JSON. Okay, creating an object and using it in a single line, declaring it in a single line is JSON. Okay, so a lot of people have confusion between JSON and XML. So XML is similar to JSON. Like XML is also used for declaring objects like this. Okay, but it's really what can I say, it has a large syntax. Like this is readable, like right, it's really readable, and it's asynchronous, like humans can read it very easily. Like if I've written name, obviously name will be written after it, and if I write age, obviously age will be after it. So that's some common sense. This is also same for XML, okay, but we use tags like I'm just giving an example, okay. So here we are using tags like p, but in XML we create different tags. So that will become a really vast code, okay. For each data member we'll create different tag. So it's better to use JSON, okay. It's better to use this kind of object declaration. All right, so let's move forward. Acha, what if I write null after it? Like if I didn't write anything, I'll write null, and let me just change it to age, okay. Let's see. So I'm getting nothing. All right, nothing. What if I don't write anything here? Then still I'm getting nothing. So it means the same, okay. So let's write 18 again, and let's see what happens. I'm getting 18. Now we are going to learn how you can parse a string, but let me just first tell you how you can use stringify, because we have to convert this object which we have declared into a string, okay. All this text will be converted into a string, right? So let me just show you how you can do this. Like we have declared an object here, obj1. So let me just remove this, okay. What I can do is like let's write name here. So for this I'll get Harshal, okay. This much is understood, okay. Now what I can do is like I'll stringify const my_var, okay, some random variable is, and then I'll write a function, JSON function, JSON dot. So there are many functions like parse, stringify, actually only two functions, okay, parse and stringify. So what I'm gonna do is first I'll write stringify, and then I'll write the object which I want to convert into a string. So I'll write obj1. So let's see what happens. Let's save. So let me just write console.log my_var. So let's see, I'm getting this object, okay. I'm getting this object. So that's how that's the form, like all this declaration will be grouped together into a single string, and that's how our browsers exchange information into form of string. Now I've converted this into a string, okay. You can also stringify an array, like instead of this, if we wrote an array, that can also be converted into a string, okay. So that's really easy, you can do it all by yourself. All right guys, just a minute. So you can convert your array into a string, okay. So what if I want to reconvert that string, like data will come in form of a string, okay. This whole stuff will become a string. So like obj1 is converted into a string, okay. So basically I can access name with this, okay. obj1.name will give Harshal. But what if I write my_var.name, then what will I get? Let's save and check. Let's check. So it's showing undefined. That's what I wanted to tell you, that this data will be converted into a string. Now what if I converted that string back to an object like this? I'll write what happened exactly. Comma age, and age is 18. All right. So what happened here is basically the browser will take that myvar as a string like this, okay. This is a string, okay. This and this are two different things, okay. This is a complete set of data members, but this is a string. So what if I want to convert this string back to an object of data members like this? So that's simple, we can use parse, okay, parse function. So by using parse we can convert this into a simple object. So what I can do is const my var1 equals JSON dot parse, and inside this I'll write my var, because I want to convert into object, convert my var into object. Okay, my var is currently a string. So yeah, let's save and check. Now what if I write my var1 dot name? It's showing Harshal. So you all must have got it. What happened here? First, my var obj1 is a plain object. Okay, that's a plain object. Then my var is the string of obj1, like it is stored like this. Okay, like this. And then when we reconverted that string into again an object, so basically this and this are same. All right, this and this are same. So that's how you can use stringify and parse. Basically your browser converts that string, like I'm telling, in real life your browser converts that string into this object while using parse. So that's how we use parse. All right guys, so I think all of the topics are covered. I've covered almost every topic of JavaScript till now, and now let me just see, just give me a few more minutes. Let me just check what is remaining. So after that we will wrap up our video. So now I'll tell you something about input. That's the last thing which is remaining. So let me just create another ID here, another document, input. So the first type of input which we discussed was prompt. Okay, was prompt. So let me just show you what's the other kind. I'll write script here, and let me just first create an input field, and then I'll give it some ID, my input. Okay, my input one, and then name is username one. Okay, and I'll give it a placeholder. What I should write here is write your name. Let's check what happens. This is some basic HTML. Okay, so we got an input field, and here we'll write our name. So what I want to do is I'll write my name here, and then I'll pass it to my JavaScript. So all of you must have got an idea. What I'm trying to say here is whatever you give this, whatever you write in your web page will be passed to your JavaScript. That's how you can connect the data, you can share the data in your JavaScript. So now what we can do is we'll create a button, submit button. Okay, we'll create a button, and I'll write type button. Okay, and then I'll write on click, then I'll create a function, is function user input, and some random function. Okay, user input. Then I'll write submit here. We can also create a submit button. Okay, but I'm using a normal button with type button. So what will happen here is I'm getting a submit button here. Okay, because it contains submit. And now that was the HTML part. Now we'll go to the JavaScript part. So here what we can do is a function get, what was the username? Okay, sorry, user input. Okay, first we'll write user input, and then inside those brackets what I can do is let my user name equals document dot get element by ID. Inside this I'll write the ID, that is my input 1. All right, and then I'll write dot value, that is the value which we have given, and then I'll close it. Then what I can do is I can create a blank p tag here only. Okay, and inside this I'll write id equals my p1. All right, then I'll write document dot get element by id. The id is my p1, and now I'll write something inner HTML. Okay, and then I'll write user entered, and then then some space. Here I can give a colon, okay, just for making it more readable. And then I'll write my username. So let's see what happens. Let's check. I'll write my name, then submit. User entered Viraj. So that's how you can give inputs. One more thing what I can do here is, like if I want to make a simple calculator, that's some additional thing, okay, which I'm telling you, but let's just see what happens here. Input type text. Let's take two types of input. Write a number. Okay, write a number, and then I'll take another input. Let's copy and paste, and let me just give it another id. Okay, my input 2. Again it will show me another number. Okay, now let's change here. Control C, and I'll name it my num1. Okay, my num1, and then here I'll write my num2. All right, and here I'll write my input 2. So what I can do here is sum is, I'll print the sum. Okay, the sum is, and I'll create another my sum equals my num1 plus my num2. All right, so let's make it. All right, now what I can do here is I'll write my sum. Let's save and check. Number will be 5, number will be 6. I'm getting 56. I don't know what's happening here. Okay, it's converted into a, I think it's converted into a string. Okay, basically these are converted into a string. Not to worry. I just wanted to explain some concept. This much is understood. Okay, it's showing 56 because it's obviously it's converted into a string. Don't mind that. I just wanted to tell you how you can take inputs like this, and once you click the submit button, you can actually use that input to do something. Okay, so you can make your own calculator or anything which you want by using this input part. So also you can decorate this input by using some basic HTML CSS.